7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We have a wide variety of ways for you to participate in the program. You can text in, and the great news is, Doug, it's a new month, which means Jackson will have the honor, and he just remembered it when I said it. He didn't realize it. I thought I might have kept him up all night. It didn't, and that might be for the better. Ignorance is bliss, but now Jackson remembers he has to update text names for the next 5 shows.
There's still a lot of those names to do.
Yes.
You've been doing it for months.
He's defeated.
I forgot about that, too.
Yeah.
Until Tim said that, I thought Papers was free.
Nope. Back in your cell, boy. 314-399-9646. So if you do not have a text inbox name saved, Jackson will update it with a polite request at 314-399-9646. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you can talk it over with other TMA listeners throughout the course of the program. That is youtube.com/TMA STL, 6,480 subscribers. Doug, would you like to get that to 6,500 by the end of this week?
I would really like that.
Brick by brick. And then, because 2 weeks from today, we're broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. For the Healthcare Evolution presentation of TMA. It's spring training, and you want to be able to watch it on YouTube there, because Ali Marmol likes to drop by and be told he's cute by the guys in the YouTube chat.
Cuter than a button.
Yeah, so that's going to be going on here in 2 weeks. And then, outside of calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, the stage is set for the showdown of all showdowns. At 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But on this day, February 2nd, 2026, Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville will have their showdown for the win for the month of January in the $10,000 HVAC system. Gosh. They are writing $10,000 emails today. Thanks, Seth Goldcamp. You have created a showdown of sudden death, epic proportions on this presentation.
You think there's any foul play involved? Maybe somebody trying to shut down Buck Swope's computer or anything like that to get an edge? So
you're accusing Alan Dadeville, who poisoned the trees at Toomer's Corner in Auburn, of now taking out Buck Swope's computer.
I guess it's possible. There could be foul play. I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying I hope nothing like that should happen.
Serious charge.
Well, yeah, I don't think it will. But,
so are there only going to be 2 entries today?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Because otherwise we could be talking about this on Tuesday.
We will have the showdown. So that's separate. So we will vote on that, Martin, and then we will vote on the rest of them. Okay. And 101 ESPN will be giving away tickets to one hell of a prize here. The Blues alumni, Subaru Blues, Sunset Hill Subaru Blues alumni experience at Mardi Gras next Saturday, February 14th. That is taking place in Soulard. The Blues alumni experience puts you in a heated tent right on the parade route with premium drinks, great food, live music, and most importantly, meet and greets with St. Louis Blues legends. Contest winners must be 21 and up. Find all the details and a bonus chance to win free passes to the Blues alumni experience at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. So that's the prize for the rest of y'all. But Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville, one of you, by 11 o'clock today, we'll have a $10,000 HVAC system coming to your home. Who's it going to be?
I don't know.
Well, no matter what, I know people will not be happy. And that's the one thing.
That's the brand, isn't it? But it's amazing in person, post-game Friday, I'm sure we'll talk some Billikens at that Lorenzini's. A lot of loyal TMA listeners. Now, in person, Doug, they love the show. On the text line,
can't stand
the show. Everything we do is wrong.
With passion.
I have to say, I'm very disappointed that I didn't see any of y'all at Lorenzini's. Bottle service. Bottle service. I saw Cal Kennedy.
Oh, did you really?
Damn right I did.
Okay, the fixer.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Just kind of feeling it today, I guess.
I had more people comment on Jackson's sightings. They're like, hey, Papers was here earlier. I'm like, oh, was he?
So you were there, Jackson?
I think I
Lorenzini's. I never made an appearance.
And then they said, I think he was at Humphreys before the game. And then I saw him kind of sitting near Doug. All these people would have, it was as if you were Bigfoot. They had sightings of Jackson.
Well, stardom.
So I finally broke down and I called
Stardom
him.
has its cost, is what the man said. Doug.
I said, where you at, boy? He's like, we're going to Great Grizzly Bear or whatever. He said, I just got a car full of people. It's just a thing. And I'm like, all right, we're just going to leave him alone.
Yeah, he called me, and if I would have answered that call, it would have gone really poorly.
Ken Doug was feeling it.
That's exactly
He
right.
was deep in a daiquiri.
That's it. More, yeah, absolutely.
And you took the Ken Doug.
Yeah, I did. Me and Ken Dog sat next to Doug and his son, and it was a great time.
I saw Doug at halftime. I went up and said hello to Doug and Nick. And somebody said, Jackson's sitting near here. But I didn't see you.
I thought you guys were literally in the same row.
We were.
At halftime, you
seats
must
apart.
not have been there.
Yeah, at halftime, I was talking over with many wonderful friends, including, not limited to, Gangster Pete.
Gangster Pete.
Saw Gangster
Producers
Pete.
crossing paths, and Gangster Pete gave you advice on your first day of this show. And what was that advice? Doug, this is wonderful
Get out of the
advice.
business.
Don't take the opinions of people who don't know you personally seriously.
Did you hear that again? There were a lot of adverbs.
Yes, I know, but it's true.
Yeah. If
Is
they
that
don't
on
know
a
you
shirt? Is that on
personally,
a
don't
shirt
take.
somewhere?
It probably should be. It's a little wordy, I guess. It's not as good as some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Yeah.
That one's
But
just
it's kind of the
threat to
same
tell.
philosophy
In a sense.
applied to people.
Yeah, right. So saw Gangster Pete. Speaking of the design there, heating and cooling email today showdown, saw that Seth Goldcamp. Talked to
delight.
Seth
did you
Goldcamp.
really?
Yeah,
What a delight.
absolutely. So I was busy in the concourse at halftime.
Signing autographs and
He's just glad
taking
handing.
pictures?
Yeah.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Glad handing.
Were
Yeah.
the ladies coming up to you and saying, hey, what's the word?
Mostly guys. Hot. Almost exclusively guys.
Yeah. There was- I have to say, of all the people I talked to, I think it was 1,000% male.
Yeah.
That's surprising based on the demographic research.
Although I took one picture with a woman who said, "This is for my husband." I was like,
That's kind of a cucksitch, but we'll,
A little bit.
we'll delve into that
Who
in
was
the 8
that?
o'clock hour.
I was at Humphreys, which was packed before the game. And
Got
after,
down there at
clearly.
3?
I got there like 4:30. But I had some
Wow.
friends who were already
Wow.
there, who had a table and everything. I did the legwork
Oh, Private
for
Citizen Pete got the table.
us. Friends of Private Citizen Pete.
Nice.
Were you there afterwards when Josh Schertz was
No,
serving
line
drinks?
was crazy.
No.
And that became the story of the weekend.
Yeah.
Josh Schertz, his intent was to go over there and buy a round.
Yeah.
And then he winds up bartending for an hour. And it made its way
Everywhere.
to ESPN's College Game Day
Yeah.
Oh, did it really?
and around social media.
Shout out to Matt Rocchio for that
Yeah, it was
video.
Rocchio's vids.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it was Rocchio's video that was everywhere.
and as
Rocky and Iggy are sideways on the TMA fan page. That's all I know.
That's true.
Well, Rocchio had the video. He had the slew.
Chairman Kurtz shaking his head. I guess Chairman Kurtz, you're in the crosshairs too. I saw
It was
in the
my
thread.
post.
Oh, no.
I was just trying to celebrate TMA night at Shea Fitz, and then I got a former TMA employee war breaking out.
Oh, no.
I thought about, I don't want to block the guys. I like them both, but I thought, can you go do this somewhere else?
There was a lot of former producer / board operator activity on the TMA fan page that was active. Somebody posted a picture of our former producer, Doug. He had a brief run. Willie Springer was
Sure.
officiating a basketball game at St. Gabriel's.
Was he?
Yeah. Where the visiting team, St. Kitty's, won.
No.
So
Will that be overturned today?
there is a review board.
Okay.
They're going to make him replay the last 2 minutes of the game.
And then Chairman Kurt posts a picture, and then under it, Iggy and Matt Rocchio start arguing. So that's what goes on the TMA fan page on
Okay.
Facebook, which Jackson, he was very busy this weekend moderating.
Yeah, I was like, watch out, fellas. I was like a bad boxing ref. I was like, if one more hit, I'm taking you both to your corners.
So that's what was going on as well.
So instead of enjoying SLU's win and the 21-1 record, the 11 in a row, just an absolute skull pound of a rival, it became producer war. But that video made the rounds to all of the basketball pundits to chime in, and eventually that Jeff Goodman from the Field of 68 quote tweeted Schertz serving the drinks. He said, first on my Providence list will be this guy. And then Rocchio said, please don't use my video for this purpose, promoting him for other jobs. And then that led to a huge debate among Providence fans and Billiken fans about where the better job is. And my blink said, he ain't leaving SLU for Providence. And the people said, there's a lot of NIL money. I said, Okay, it's like Penn State or Rutgers could offer him a job. It's the Big Ten. I think something bigger, maybe. So instead of enjoying the win, there was hot debate.
So on that specific topic, and Jackson and I have already enjoyed this, Doug. You might notice it on the Stiefel. Now today it's Polos Plus Dossier. Welcome
right.
Polos Plus.
Plus
Now
Dossier.
the sponsor of the Dossier. Stiefel, sponsor of the studios now as we start the month of February, where Jackson will update your text inbox name if you don't have one, 314-399-9646, is in segment 7-3, which we'll probably get to around 9, Journalism Whilst Snacking. That is the title of the segment. And the reason why is there is a clip from a college basketball, I don't know if I would call him writer so much as insider, podcaster, who elaborated on the situation here in St. Louis and the reasons why or why not Josh Schertz will be here and tying it into the Big East. So we have that audio, excuse me, but then I have some further information on that because, Doug, as you know, before this show starts, I'm working the phones.
I would think so.
For hours on end, and I had a conversation regarding this that we will have, and we will target that here in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. So the stage has been set for yet another monstrous show on this program. But, Doug, it is a Monday morning, and that means you have a responsibility to this audience. I can refer back to Clause 6.2 on your contract where you have to do a Sadie Hawkins and pick the cutest boy at the square dance. What is our lead?
Well, beyond the Billikens? I thought the Billikens was our lead.
Wow.
You've already moved on.
Wow. Because, I mean, to me, the most significant sports... Oh, you're agreeing with me, Jackson. You know where I'm going?
ILL being Nebraska.
ILL?
Yeah.
I mean, you beat 2 top 5 teams in a week on the road.
Yeah.
Sweet mother of mercy. I watched that thing yesterday.
2 good teams, but St. Louis is still talking about the Billikens, I think.
All right. Well, hey, it's your Sadie Hawkins.
Doug, do you define the Monday choice as the whole weekend at all?
Yeah.
Or what's more recent? Like, so now Sunday is more recent.
Yeah, what's
than
your
Friday.
process? We would understand your
There's
process.
no process. There's none. I just think of as soon as you ask me, I come up with something.
Wow.
I would say in
What about
St.
the Blues
Louis.
and Blue Jackets?
Yeah, on the
Probably
drive-in,
not.
I see Doug Vaughn on the drive-in
Jackson's and
sweating.
Blackstuff. What was that, Martin?
I see Doug on the drive-in. I picture him sweating, knowing he's going to have to make a Sadie's Hawks.
Well, I think every sports town in St. Louis is talking about the Billikens right now.
Every sports town in St.
Every
Louis?
sports fan.
Oh.
Every sports fan in St. Louis is talking about the Billikens.
Clapping their
right now.
hands.
Yeah. I mean, you certainly appreciate what Illinois did, but you kind of expect it because they're such a good team. But with the Billikens, you know, we haven't had a great Billiken team here in a lot of years, and I think people are jazzed up about it.
I will say this. I had events over the course of the weekend. And
Blessed?
Yes,
Hashtag.
exactly. One of which was a 4-year-old birthday party.
Hell yeah.
Thank you,
Getting
Jackson.
after it.
Pony. Saturday did get after it with your boy, Matt Poling. And so was out, and it was amazing to me, reflecting on what you just said, Doug, how the conversation was all about St. Louis University. Which is something in my life I don't know if I can say has ever really happened. And they were, what was it, a 4 or 5 seed in 14?
4.
4 seed?
Yeah.
I mean, they were a 4 seed. I don't know if they'll be a 4 seed this year. I mean, there's a long way to go. I think they'll be put to the test tomorrow night. So my point being, I'm not sure what it is about this team and this situation. All I know is we experienced a team that had a better seed. I think it'll wind up being a better seed. Who knows? Maybe they will get to a better seed than 4. But they didn't capture the market like this year, and I don't necessarily know why. I think part of it is Josh Schertz. I think a significant part of it is.
I think
and then I think another part of it is the Blues and Cardinals are, out in the wilderness.
Yeah, I think part of it is because there was this sadness of Majerus. Even when Cruz took over, it was every game, every national game would talk about Majerus, his legacy. So in Cruz's defense, he was always kind of living in the shadow. But then also his persona was kind of, hey, man, I didn't really want to be here. Rick talked me into it. He kind of kept that stance as opposed to Schertz, who has really gone out and worked it. I had Erwin Claggett in studio last night, the Venice Minutes. We're going to run that tonight, talking about comparisons to the Spoonball era. And he said, oh, man, I was there all summer over at the gym with Coach and met these kids. And the fact that, and he said, reminds me of Spoon. We all said Majerus right away just for basketball acumen. But I think the personality, doing shows like this, doing all the other stations in town, I think that certainly added to it, especially in a social media era. Now, this guy is everywhere. He's retweeting everything. I just think people feel even more of a connection to this team.
Yeah, I think so. He's kind of a character that everybody loves. He's not obnoxious in any way. He's just a guy you can't help but like and root for.
The co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he is not happy with your Sadie Hawkins. The Billikens Super Bowl beating the 91st ranked team on CBS Sports Network. Give me a break. That's from the co-founder of the Fairmount Park Players Club.
They hate us. They hate us all.
Big time sports talk.
I did hear Jerry Palm in an interview throw a little bit of a wet blanket on the Billikens.
Yeah, with Tommy Ack, surprise guest,
Yeah.
Martin? Tommy
Jerry
Ack?
Palm was a surprise guest for Tom?
No, I don't think there's any surprises over there.
Well, Tom was an emergency surprise guest, which is a different vehicle that we use when Papers forgets to take off from the dossier something the day before.
I'm going to agree to disagree agreeably.
Okay.
That's when Jackson puts added pressure on me because he forgot to update the dossier because he was having wine the night before.
That's exactly right.
So because you want to have your wine, I got to pull something out of
Tommy
him.
Ack, and he had to get a blessing on a non-compete clause to appear on this program. But he was on with Tommy Ack. I listened to that interview. Is that what you're talking about, Jerry
Yeah.
Palm? And Jerry Palm said they really don't have room for error as far as an at-large goes. He goes, if they lose 2 games, they might not even be in the tournament because their schedule ranking is awful.
In the mid 200s.
yes.
Yeah, the worst of it by far of any team ranked or even on any team on the bubble. So they cannot afford a misstep anywhere along the line unless you're just counting on running the table in the A-10 tournament, of course.
And Chris May probably wouldn't want to do it, but as a fan of the program, I would love to know, and this is over the last couple of years, who they reached out to or who they tried to schedule and just wouldn't do it. Wouldn't you like to know that? Like, this schedule was pretty lame. And their defense is nobody will play us. I would like to know, off the record, on the record, what program said no, not doing it. Or, hey, yeah, we'll play you one time here, but we're not coming there. I would love to know some of the dynamic because 2 years ago, you're sitting there, oh, we got a new coach coming in. Can we beef up this schedule down there? Because those things usually are a couple of years out. But I'd like to know what they attempted.
Yeah, so when it's a shot at them regarding, oh, look, they didn't want to play anybody, that would fall under the guise of a misinformed opinion. They want to play. And I would say a bunch of teams in the A-10 do, by the way. A bunch of the mid-majors want to. But if you are, let's say, take your pick of whomever, we'll use Missouri and Illinois from a local perspective, the juice is not worth the squeeze. It's got risk. You know you're going to have your Big Ten and SEC matchups. You can schedule, like Illinois did, matchups with big-time programs outside of your conference, like Alabama, which was a loss for them, like UConn. And, of course, you already have the Missouri game for the bragging rights. And then the Billikens don't have the cachet, and so that's risk. And so these big-time conferences just kind of play each other, and then they keep the little guys out of it. And by the way, I understand both parties' reasoning. Not mad about it. I get it, you know. But from the Billiken standpoint, it puts you at risk to not have a misstep. That's why that damn Stanford game still lurks, 2.5 months later.
But I also like Brad Underwood last week when they beat Purdue. In the postgame, he said, this is why we play Tennessee. This is why we play UConn. Like, in other words, your non-conference historically was to get you ready for your conference. And so he was saying, we go out, we play Bama. He said it's the reason we do those games so that now it's Big Ten time. You're going to Purdue. You're ready. You're battle tested. And I wish more coaches thought that way.
Doug, a number of suggested leads countering your Sadie Hawkins. And that's why that Sadie Hawkins thing is in your contract. The lead could also be Mizzou hockey absolutely destroying Kansas 8-0 and 7-1. That's from Brandon Smith.
That's a club sport. It's not even an NCAA sport. I'm sure they're very talented players, but they're at a school that does not have an NCAA team.
Okay, what about this from Mr. Licks? The lead is the drop in silver prices that just happened, largest liquidity event in history. But sure, let's talk about sports. It's from Mr. Licks.
I know, it hit me hard. It went from like 123 an ounce to 85. No, thank you.
So you agree with Mr. Licks that
Yeah.
should have been your lead?
I just thought that hit me and me alone, but no, others are feeling it as well.
And isn't there
Gold went way down.
a theory that Licks went to Dayton? Is that out there? Because that would also explain why he wouldn't want to talk about the Billikens.
Oh, I thought he was hotty toddy.
Well, I feel like there's a great debate, and these are important debates, of course.
Yes.
But I feel like on the text line, it's been debated.
Yeah.
The Billikens beat Bob's College of Knowledge again. Hooray. Ms. Nas? Never seen this. What's Ms. Nas, Doug?
I don't know what that would mean.
Ms. Nas on their goofy roller coaster ride through the dregs of the SEC. And ILL, that's your lead story, boys. That's from Illini Greg in Green Bay. So he's not happy with your choice.
Well, you know, if you're in Green Bay, what do you know about the lead in St. Louis?
You think it's all Packers all the time?
Probably. No, I feel strongly that the Billikens are still the lead.
Jackson, do you agree with that?
I think it is what most people are talking about in the region. I think what Illinois did is the greater accomplishment. Beating two top 10 road teams on the road is no small feat. In fact, it's one of the most impressive weeks in college basketball this year. But it's more, I would say, yeah, I think talking SLU is the right move.
There you go. It's Jackie
Not to mention it's TMA night.
The University of Illinois is also 3 hours away from here. It's almost like saying what happens in Kansas City should be our lead.
Well,
It's pretty close to it.
Many around town had taken that route up until the
but there's
unfortunate incident with the playoffs this year.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people. Shout out to all our friends in the Metro East who love that ILL, and as they
There's
should.
a lot of people here who love the Chiefs.
Jackson,
Yeah, I know. It's the damnedest.
just got you. You're going to step down?
The damnedest thing.
Jugs in D.C., who is a sharp, and I think we need to have him make picks for us at this point, says, I told you guys SLU would go belt to ass on Dayton, and he did, and he was on George Washington, getting 9.5 earlier in the week, and then he said SLU, and I guess he gave an alt line play. I don't know if we said it or not. I have no idea. SLU minus 14.5 alt line, cash it. And, yeah, Doug, it was a sweat-free cashing, and then it led to a big cocktail party at Humphreys. We'll get into all of that. Jackson, what do you have prepared for the friends of the feather here on our Polos Plus dossier?
We'll have Chris Kerber join us today at 15 to talk about the Blues and their loss to CBJ. We'll have Gabe DeArmond on at 9 o'clock to talk about, what a wonderful game it was against Mississippi State and the 15-point lead that disappeared out of nowhere. And damn it, did they try to lose it. But Missouri pulls out another win against the basement team in the SEC. Nice. And then
Like a
in
glorious
between
lead
that,
on a story about a win. That was shades with Joe Strauss as the Cardinals upper management would look at him and call him Gloomy Gus because Mozeliak would point out that every lead-in about a win was somehow they cobbled together a win against a battered Pirates team. He's like, Joe, it was 11-2.
some wonderful So What'd Your Grandma Think moments, both from Jason Kidd and Mick Cronin.
Yes.
And then
Jackson loves that Mick Cronin.
Oh man, it gets worse and worse. He might be the grumpiest human being in America.
It's a terrible fit for that city, too.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense how this grumpy 5'5" bald man is running maybe the most illustrious program in the history of college basketball. What am I saying? Maybe is the most illustrious program.
I just took two monster hits early on.
Papers, when I send you audio, what's the percentage of you've already seen it? Is it high?
In the 70s. In the 70%.
Okay. So
but
should
that's
I
okay.
slow my roll?
No, it's okay. I never mind it. You know, it's like
Especially when it's Mick Cronin. I'm like, gotta forward
Cronin,
it. Gotta forward it.
You forwarded it? I sent it as well.
With Mick Cronin, I always know. Trust me, I got Google alerts on for that guy.
Cut that off.
But for other, and then also the email today showdown for the ages today. at
Yes,
9:45.
Buck Swope, Allen, Dadeville. Jackson, if you were setting a line on who's going to win this thing.
It's probably Swope minus 120. It's really, it's tight. Allen Dadeville has found his stride. Buck Swope is obviously a sustained success, is what Josh Schertz talked about in his postgame. There's different.
Oh, he talked about Buck Swope in the postgame? That's surprising. I didn't see that.
I think, some would take it as he was talking about his basketball team. Others were thinking he was talking about the design, air heating, and cooling email a day. But the difference between an arrival, and sustained success.
I wonder if today, when we read those twos, if we should leave out their names.
I think we'll have a good idea of who's who.
We may.
Based on the writing
If they
style.
write in such a way, we do. But Maybe it would be fair if we didn't know the name.
The Buck Swope signature as of late has been a long L Libby Jack. So I feel like that one's going to be kind of the smoking gun.
I don't know who's going to win. All I know is it's going to be Jackson's fault. That's what I know.
There's going to be hell for me to pay for some godforsaken reason.
Here's your lead. Tim McKernan's presence cures local man's ED after local man sniffs Tim's chair in section 115 at Chaffetz Arena. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull. And I was sitting in section 115.
So it's true?
So I guess it has to be true.
He sniffed your chair? Oh.
And then got a soft cow? That's what I read. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Oh.
So, Doug, you missed out on that being the lead. You're welcome to call in. Mondays are for phone calls, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. And then tune in to the TMA STL YouTube chat. 225 friends already in there, including Jackson Stinkbug, John Scores, Doug's Little River Birch, Nipper School Monitor, MD 2020, and Gabe Horace? Gabe's Hooers? I don't know.
I don't know.
Colonel's been a married man for a quarter century. I don't think he has any viewers, but we'll ask him coming up at 9 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier. Get in there, subscribe to it. Doug and I are trying to get us to 6,500 subscribers this week on the TMA STL YouTube channel. This program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. It is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. I mean, SLU won, Missouri won, Illinois won. We can't even play this for anybody.
Blues lost.
Yeah, but when they won last Thursday against the Panthers, people were pissed that they won.
Yeah. We're already doing the draft pick thing.
So it was the perfect weekend.
Yeah.
Zoo, SLU, Illinois, they all win and the Blues lose. Doug, what more do you want?
Well,
Cardinals got another couple days knocked off the calendar for 2026, so that's a positive.
Getting closer to 2027.
and did nothing.
Like in a jail cell marking off the days.
Right. That's what it
What
is.
if Heim does that? By the way, the Blues, Doug, have played 55 games, and they've won 20.
Nice.
Well, 7 of those have been on the road.
Think about that.
7, 15, and 3 on the road. That's not great.
Okay.
In fact, I think it's the worst in the league. Fewest road wins in the league.
Well, good. They're in a great spot.
Okay.
The org.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. This show is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on TMA, and they are online at healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, you went out there. What did they do when you went out there? Let's figure this
They
out.
took a little look-see at my shoulder. I've had a shoulder that's kind of been stiff for a few years. Kind of always felt like I just pitched a doubleheader and threw about 250 pitches. So they looked at that, and they ran the ultrasound over that and then injected me with a platelet-rich plasma, maybe.
Yeah.
I didn't know exactly what they did. And they said it's going to be about 2 weeks before it feels better. It's been a little over a week, and I can already feel it loosening up a little
That's
bit.
what they do.
They do good work.
Jackson went out there for hair.
Yeah, some hair restoration work,
Yeah.
some scalp work.
You got to let that hair breathe. That's why Jackson was hatless last Thursday. The hat has returned, but it's kind of got it up on
It's
top.
a soft. I'm wearing it in a soft
You're letting
fashion.
a little air in there.
Yeah, just letting it breathe
Leaving
just
the
a
door
touch.
cracked.
But I all weekend no hat.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Were you a hat built at the Billikens?
no hat at the Billikens
Why'd
game.
you stow all of us at Lorenzini's? Martin and I got bottle service.
I know. If I didn't have all these damn friends, I had to take
Oh,
places.
she's got so many friends.
Yeah, I know.
This guy, Mr. Popular over here, huh?
Yep.
Look at you, mean girls.
Yeah, I am mean girls.
Healthcare-evolution.com. That is what it is. I went out there as well. They help you get back to the activity that the injury you suffered keeps you from doing. So listeners have gotten back to playing hockey. They've gotten back to lifting weights. I mean, that's how I discovered that my slap tear is healed magically. It was never a large slap tear, but now, after a number of years, it's back to normal, which is great. So I can get back to the activities I love doing. That's what they can do for you. You can get in there literally today. Healthcare-evolution.com. Check it out at healthcare-evolution.com, the 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on The Morning After, a program that welcomes you to participate by texting in, calling in, or talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Let's see. M-Town says, I got to talk to Tim after the SLU game. Doug, I am blessed. That's from M-Town. Oh, Lord. And M-Town, I do recall meeting him, and he says he's the first person to text in White's LOL. I always thought that was a Henshin vehicle. Do you recall that?
I don't really remember that.
Chairman Kurt, Chairman Kurt, I feel like I picked up a physical tell over there.
I remember the text, and I also know, what'd you say his name was?
M-Town.
I know him personally, so I'm familiar with this.
So you endorse him or Henshin?
Don't make me choose.
Oh,
I told him that. I said, I thought that was a Henshin thing.
I don't know.
He goes, Henshin can have it. He goes, but that
Okay,
was
yeah,
mine.
yeah.
So I guess there's now tension maybe between Henshin. Well, that's fun, isn't it?
Tension.
between
Is
Yeah.
that
Henshin
name?
tension.
Is that name taken? Because I'm going to take that. Henshin.
Martin will be texting in his Henshin tension.
It's yours.
I'm just going to constantly text in. Play the drops, boy.
Imagine Libertor's velo after 200 pitches. He drops 5 miles an hour after every 50, so we could expect him to be throwing 75. That's from producer Joe's ASCAP, who is already looking ahead to Matthew Libertor starts.
Hey, that's our ace.
How's your slide piece?
Charlie Marlowe AI. Oh.
Were we talking Liberators Velo?
I don't believe so. Sometimes the listeners.
No, I said I
inject their
felt like
topic.
my shoulder felt like I threw 250 pitches.
Got it.
And then when Tim said slap tear, I kept hearing Kachuk, hey, tell slap tear over there. Like it felt like a good nickname for you.
Tim slapped her. I had a dream last night that Doug showed up at my doorstep in Chapel Roan's Grammy outfit, and it was super hot. That's from Doug's prison wallet. Jackson, Chapel Roan's Grammy outfit.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
That's what I sang to him.
Her.
It was revealing.
Was it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but was it hot?
Was it hot? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
That's a no.
It's a tight
That
read.
was a no.
It's just not something I would have gone with.
Favors, did you have a Soulard
I'm a
pony?
more Victorian dress kind of guy. A lot of petticoats.
All right, you enjoy petticoats.
Yeah. Like takes 6 minutes to fully undress. That's what I'm looking for.
How was your Soulard party, boy? Did you guys roll from the great grizzly bear to keep on rolling?
Yeah, we went to Duke's after that.
Duke's
Again, upstairs bar,
You
Doug.
get upstairs?
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, you
No, we
did?
stayed downstairs.
Yeah, you did. Quite had the mustard. to cut.
steerage.
Yeah.
They call it the steerage section.
Yeah. We were shoveling coal.
Did you wear a coat to the game? That's when the birthday hawk
Yeah, I
last
did.
week.
It was-
Jackson oddly proclaimed how he would not be wearing a coat. It was so effing cold.
So cold. But shout out to my buddy Dan with the great hairline.
Dan with the great hairline.
I mean,
Doug.
it's like goes halfway down his forehead. It's unbelievable.
like Eddie Munster.
Marcus
yeah,
Freeman?
very similar. Like he's like looks like he's in Teen Wolf, and he's a great guy. And he didn't wear a coat, and he felt silly. But
Just
I told him,
because
I
you
was
don't
like, I
wanna-
contemplated this on the radio.
Because you don't want to deal with it when you sit down?
Yeah, but worth it because it was freezing.
Buck Swope, who is competing today for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day and the $10,000 prize, and as this show's historian just texted my phone to say, I believe White's LOL came in response to the text inbox hate that you guys were talking Durant versus LeBron ahead of the 2013 NBA Finals. How about that, Jackson? You were 15 years old, and an NBA conversation that you were not a part of was receiving hatred, and then somebody texted in White's LOL.
That is funny, considering that was like, boy, what a team. That OKC team was awesome against the Heatles. That was a great time to be an NBA fan.
Doug, did you catch that? The Heatles,
I heard
OKC?
it,
Yeah.
Didn't go well for OKC, though.
It did not. It brought, I think that's Bron Brown's first championship.
M-Town says he's right. So there you go. M-Town.
People remember that from 13 years ago?
I'm surprised you don't.
I don't remember what happened 13 minutes ago.
Tim, I saw Jackson at Duke's. He was drinking a Mad Dog with a yellow life jacket on and just holding court with the hottest sports takes. That's from Steven time.
They don't sell Mad Dog at bars.
They don't?
You can't buy a glass bottle of Mad Dog. Maybe you can. No bars I go to do.
I saw Tim at the game, but couldn't grow a pair to say hi, but was so awesome to know that we were in the same building. Doug, that's Grimy from South County. I was disappointed that Jackson and Doug were not, and Chairman Kurt was there too, not getting bottle service at Lorenzini's.
What's the deal? So I just walk onto the court and then through that little tunnel? I didn't want to do all that.
It
I don't
was
know even how to
crowded,
get
man.
there.
I think that
You
the
better
poor
believe it.
bartenders at Lorenzini's aren't used to this kind of wave.
Sure.
It was insane. It was very crowded. I saw a lot of people from a distance. Luchtefeld Robertson never talked to him. Just
Oh, is
could
that right?
see him just kind
I
of
talked to
in
Luchtefeld
the
after the game.
distance.
So how about this? I don't know if you saw this, Jackson. You would have had a soft cow had you seen this.
Okay.
So I'm down there afterwards, making my way to Lorenzini's. Thought we were all going to bond, talk about do some show prep for today's show.
Right.
Hey, what do you think's the lead, Doug?
Get to know each other a little better.
Right, exactly. Have some scotch,
Yeah.
have some shots, then go over to Humphreys, then go over to Duke's, and then go to Western Illinois. That's what I was planning on doing.
Right. 3, 4 in the morning.
Amen. Minimum.
Tim was going to go to Macomb after all of that.
That's exactly right. And I'm talking to Luchtefeld, loyal listener of the program, and was honored along with other Billiken Hall of Famers at halftime. And then we're standing there. Game's over. There's nobody. There's barely anybody left inside the arena. And here comes Avila, Deion Brown, and McCautry to practice.
Wow. Wow.
And they're just out there, and it's not like they're doing it to
Yeah,
somebody's holding up
it's
a
not
phone.
performative.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just like they went out there to practice.
Yep.
And I mean, they just won by 30 points. It's a Friday night, and they go out there to practice.
And they make a lot of money. And they can go out and do whatever they want.
Yeah. It might have been a situation where it's like, well, it's going to be impossible for us to leave here, like traffic-wise, and then go someplace. So it's like, let's just get some shots up instead, get some work in. On the court, some guys might be like, why don't you just go to the practice area where it's private? No, you want to shoot on the basket you're going to be shooting on when the time is money.
And sometimes when you have a lot of success, that's what inspires you to keep going.
Absolutely.
Oh, I got to play some more.
And it's not like those three gentlemen played poorly, but I would say like your standout performers probably more so in the Trey Green,
hell yeah,
Ishan Sharma category. Trey Green's unbelievable.
That was Q night.
And Quentin Jones, yeah, his dunk he had was awesome.
Doug here is Chapel Roan's outfit.
Is she completely topless?
Clip that off. Yeah, I got to tell you, it looks like her nipples are doing the legwork.
Well, I was going to say, like, the dress kind of starts at the nipples, which is a motto Doug has been using for years.
How did anybody explain that to their kids?
I'm
glad I wasn't watching that with my children.
Yeah, well, it's tough, man.
I've spent some time this weekend watching Eastbound and Down with my 8-year-old. A lot of topless activity. And some weens.
Oh,
sure, yeah.
So I've had a lot of conversations with my 8-year-old, and I would have had to have a long conversation with him. But I think Eastbound and Down at 8 is the right time to watch that.
It's going to be really funny when the teacher asks him, who's your hero, and he says, Kenny Powers. The teacher will either love you or call you immediately.
Hey, Doug, when the Illini beat Michigan State next weekend, will they finally get your respect? Come on, be better, not bitter. That's from the Tin Man who's pissed that you led with the Billikens.
Sorry, Billikens is the lead in St. Louis. The Illini are the best team in our area, but the lead this week is the Billikens.
Chapel Roan literally stole that dress from Doug's closet. Not cool, man. That's our special thing. That's from Steven Time. He's with the brothers Time. Right. Ed is the other one.
And my motto is, it starts at the nipples.
Clip that off.
That's my motto for picking a dress?
That's correct.
Okay.
Matt Rocchio's tweet, not his argument with Iggy on the TMA fan page, made its way nationally around college basketball fans and ESPN's signature show, College Game Day. Certainly not at the level of their football program, but they were, where were they on Saturday? They were Rock Chalk. Yeah, they were Rock Chalk. Rock Chalk was only favored by 3.5 against BYU. I realize they kind of screwed around, but I know that we have a lot of Kansas fans listen to this thing,
It's hard to handicap them with Darren Peterson because you don't know how long he's going to play.
Yeah, you never know. But still, when they play, I'm telling you, Kansas gets Arizona, assuming Arizona doesn't lose between now and next Monday. Tam Avenue Capital Partners are liquidating our assets to bet Kansas.
Yeah, I bet Zona will be favored by 1.5 points in that game.
Perfect.
I'd still take Zona.
No, I might not have to pay Vig if we want to go heads up.
Let's see when the spread comes out. We'll talk about it.
Man, I get to liquidate my assets against somebody from Ladue. I never thought I'd have a chance. Here is Josh Schertz post-game comments. Jackson's got it ready to go.
All right, go ahead and hit the lever, please, Pale.
When you take a job, at least to me, the ultimate to me is sustained success. Like, can you do it over a long period of time? Like, that's what makes Dayton and VCU the standards, right? Because they've done it year over year. There's a tradition in history that stretches back. They've got incredible support. They got crowd support, all that stuff. But that's what I envisioned for St. Louis was trying to create a sustainable program where you're not going to be 21-1 every year. That's not possible. But can we every year be in the mix? Can we every year put ourselves to compete for championships and be one of those teams that does that? And I knew it's a great sports town. I knew that there's no NBA team here. There's no there's no other major Division I school basketball program in the city of St. Louis. No offense to Lindenwood or anybody else that I'm going to offend, but there's no other high level Division I program here. So I felt like we had a niche that we could capture, and I knew before. This is not the first time I wasn't here, obviously, but Coach Spoonhour's teams were getting 17,000 in Kiel Center, and Coach Majerus obviously had it going, and then Coach Cruz and Travis had great teams here, and you just go back. Coach Grauer kind of got the whole thing started, right? There's these great coaches and great teams, and it's not like it's never been done. The way I think I told this to Chris was there's a difference in making an appearance and having an arrival. You know, we've made appearances at St. Louis. We've had blips and runs of 1 or 2 or 3 years. What makes Dayton, VCU, Gonzaga, as they do it year over year over year. So that's the key, is the sustainable success and being able to have consistency of high-level performance over an extended period of time. That's the ultimate to me in terms of how you would, for success of any person.
Swish.
It's a good observation. And that was a post-game soundbite?
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, that was like something like for a sit-down interview kind of answer, but that was quite astute.
Extensive knowledge of the SLU program,
indeed.
too, going back to Grauer, mentioning all of that, but it tells you why he saw this job as, there's a reason he took the job. He was in the mix at Louisville. I think he said he had 3 offers. I forget. At the time he was introduced, he mentioned how many offers he had. But it does open this debate, and it does feel silly. But in college football, if you're 3-0, you get a new contract. So it's not unheard of in college sports to talk about coaches getting picked off for success, albeit short term. And this is 1 year, 22 games in, where Schertz has done it at SLU. So I understand people that say, oh, for God's sakes, they're having a nice season. You've got them going to the next big job. But the way it works in college basketball for years, if you make a tournament run,
absolutely,
every AD's like, got to have that guy, and it's based on 2 games
it
or
can
a week and a
sometimes
half.
be bet on 1. Doug, you remember, was it Hampton? Is it Hampton? I don't recall. No, was it Evansville? Maybe it was Evansville. They beat Iowa State. Was Iowa State a 2 seed in 2001?
I don't
That was
know.
Hampton.
It was Hampton. And then the coach
Lifted up, got
lifted
the fat
up,
guy kind of got
and
lifted
he
up.
kicked his little legs.
Oh.
Kicked his little legs. The next thing I know, was he coaching Evansville, the Purple Aces? Is that what happened? You can just win 1 game, and then it becomes, we got to get this guy. But I like when you're talking about sustainability. Gary Pinkel used to, what he didn't talk about his team. What did he talk about, Martin? He talked about his program. And his pliers, of course. So that's what it is. It's about sustainability. Kevin at the Lake is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, I sure hope Josh Schertz becomes St. Louis University's version of Kurt Signetti.
Or Mark Few.
John Score says, Josh Schertz obviously doesn't have Eli Drinkwitz as agent. Doug, I don't know if they share agents or not.
I think Drinkwitz has a guy who works specifically for him to get a raise every time any coach in America gets a raise, or any job ever that opens anywhere. Drinkwitz gets a raise.
Even non-football?
Yeah, oh yeah, it can be any sport.
When SLU soccer does well, the board of curators get together.
Another $1 million and another 2 years extension for Drinkwitz.
Coach Josh is like a real-life Ted Lasso with his outlook. LFG. That's from Brad and Boca. And Jackson, that's your favorite show, am I correct?
No.
I thought you loved it.
I like it a lot, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Favorite show, though.
What's your favorite show, then?
My Mount Rushmore is
Nice, I got a Mount Rushmore.
Sopranos, The Wire, Succession, and Curb Your Enthusiasm.
It's a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
It's a pretty good Mount Rushmore.
All HBO.
Pretty good. I was going to say a good testament to HBO. But here's a question for Brad Underwood, and maybe he would answer this. If he doesn't win a tournament game at Stephen F. Austin, remember he was in the tournament. He made it to the tournament twice, I think, maybe 3 times with Stephen F. Austin, and then he won a game. And everybody's like, holy smokes, Stephen F. Austin. Next year, he's at Oklahoma State. Does he get the Okie State job without winning that tournament game? And maybe they just look at the job he did. But typically, in that March Madness, if you get a win or 2 and you're a lesser program, everybody immediately says, oh, who's the coach? I mean, the kid at St. Peter's a couple of years ago. Was it Holloway, maybe?
Shaheen Holloway.
He's at Seton Hall now, right?
Yes.
So it does happen.
Well, certainly, getting back to Schertz's remarks, the St. Louis market is wide open for a program like the Billikens to come in. And if they have some success, you're going to have the whole town fall in love with you.
And that's what's happened.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. That, like I said, being out this weekend, everywhere and throughout, the day and evening on Saturday when I was out, and then yesterday, it's what people are talking about. And people are excitedly talking. I mean, it's happened really quickly. But it's a wonderful opportunity for this program. But that then gets us into... Doug, you didn't happen to get a chance to listen to this audio that Jackson and I got this morning, did you?
Well, I don't know what audio it is.
Did you listen to audio this morning?
No.
Okay, then the answer would be no, but you're going to enjoy it. You're going to enjoy it, Jackson.
Okay.
He'll like it.
What is it?
Well, I mean, I'm getting better at teasing. Over the weekend where I've been, I'll be honest with everybody now, I went to teasing camp.
Did you?
I did. That's where I was.
I thought you were getting your legs broken.
That's coming up in the summer, and I'm going over to China, and I'm going to come back 5'6". Wait till the ladies see me at 5'6".
They can work those kind of miracles?
So we'll have this audio for you because I got back from teasing camp. And then after the audio that is making its way around college basketball circles regarding St. Louis University and the Big East, and therefore Josh Schertz bolting from St. Louis University, an update with regard to St. Louis University and the Big East, as I spoke with Senator Eric Schmidt on my way to the station this morning, and he had a conversation with the Big East commissioner on Thursday. So we'll have that for you coming up on the other side of the break. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is our title sponsor and now has been for a few years. They're local, and they were founded in 1979 right here in St. Louis, serving St. Louis for over 45 years. To the insurance company, your disclaim number. To your team at Brown & Crouppen, you are a person with a name that Brown & Crouppen cares about and will fight for. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? Brown & Crouppen is a part of the St. Louis community. They value it, and that is why they are the presenting sponsor of The Morning After. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Chris Kerber on your dossier, brought to you by Polos Plus. That's at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And the showdown between Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville, the sudden death playoff for the $10,000 HVAC system, coming up at 9:45. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
Boy, it's been a little depressing with the weather. Can't wait for the spring. You need something a little pick-me-up. How about this weekend? Something fun. St. Louis Food and Wine presented by Schnucks. It's a great event. This takes place Friday and Saturday at Union Station in downtown St. Louis, featuring hundreds of wines, a selection of craft beers, culinary delights around every corner. You can purchase the wine as you taste it with the online ordering site. You'll get exclusive event-only discounted prices, even lower than at your neighborhood Schnucks, even lower than the ones that the Wine Club offers. Plus, this event benefits the Repertory Theater of St. Louis and Operation Food Search. So you go down, sample some wine, some beer, culinary delights, and they're raising money for the Rep as well as Operation Food Search. For more information, just go to schnucks.com/STL-food-wine. February 6th and 7th this weekend. Make plans to attend at Union Station. The St. Louis Food and Wine is presented by Schnucks, and if you go online, you get a discount. How about saving 10% on that ticket? Just type in 101 FW10, Food and Wine. 101 FW10 saves you 10% on your tickets for this weekend's great event, St. Louis Food and Wine.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose on Saturday. Back in action tonight, taking on the Nashville Predators. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, was this the song of the year or the record of the year?
I don't know.
It was a part of the rap album of the year, that's for sure.
But it won song of the year or record of the year. I thought you were playing this because it won. But I get Doug. I made an assumption, and I now need to spend some time away.
Record of the year.
Why show prep just helps, man. It just helps.
We should all do more of it.
Thank you.
But I always think of a record as an album, but a record is often a song. I don't get it.
Is there a song of the year, a record of the year, and an album of the year?
Yeah, I think there's also a song of the year. Yes, there is, which was Wildflower by Billie Eilish.
Well, it's different from the record of the year.
Don't get it, honestly.
But then there's an album which has all the songs in one place.
Right.
How about a CD of the year?
8-track. Doug voted for Meatloaf.
Congratulations to St. Louis's own SZA.
Yeah.
And K-Dot.
Getting some hardware.
And they received the award from Cher in If You Think the Production of This Show is Haphazard. Ooh, yow, wow. Doug, wow, was that awkward. They did share dirty. They did share dirty.
What does that mean?
They gave her the Lifetime Achievement Award, so she makes a speech, and then she's like, well, I guess I'm supposed to walk off now. And she looks wonderful. She's 79 years old. I mean, she looks beyond wonderful. It's 79 years old. Forget about it. So she's walking off the stage, and then Trevor Noah, who is the host of the Grammys, says, Cher, before you go, can you give out the winner of the record of the year?
Oh, she forgot that.
And so now she has to, she's wearing, I think, like some kind of heels. Do you have this on?
I have the audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
Oh. Yes, she has to give out Record of the Year, which went to the song Luther by Kendrick Lamar.
Which was what we were just enjoying.
And the Grammy goes to... Oh! They told me it was going to be on the prompter.
Hysterical.
The Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
Well, there was that. That was the culmination of Cher, again at 79 years old, kind of wandering around the stage, and then Trevor Noah, who is at a different stage, having to yell at her to say, hey, could you come back and announce the record of the year? And she didn't recall that she was supposed to do that. And then she announces the record of the year, the nominees, and then gives the award to Luther Vandross, Doug, who, of course, has passed away.
Right.
And it was Kendrick Lamar and SZA, the pride of St. Louis. And the song was called Luther. They didn't set her up for success.
No.
And in fairness, it samples Luther Vandross in the song. So I'm sure his family got some...
They did, and that's what Kendrick Lamar said in his speech. When they were given the permission to utilize it and title it as such, they made one request, and that was no cursing in the song. So they honored that, and the song obviously became a big hit. So they did share dirty. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Stiefel Studios in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Polos Plus Dossier has Chris Kerber with us at 8:15 and Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and then a showdown in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today for the $10,000 HVAC system coming up at 9:45 between Buck Swope and Al in Dadeville. Somebody is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system with their email into this program today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Everybody else gets to compete for 101 ESPN's tickets, courtesy of Sunset Hills Subaru, to the Blues Alumni Experience at Mardi Gras next Saturday, February 14th in Soulard. I guess that's a week from Saturday. Hell, I don't know. The Blues Alumni Experience puts you in a heated tent right on the parade route with premium drinks, great food, live music, and most importantly, meet and greets with Blues legends. Contest winners must be 21 and up. Find all the details and a bonus chance to win free passes to the Blues Alumni Experience at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. So this is what I deep teased. Doug, do you listen to a lot of college basketball podcasts?
No.
Wow, why are you laughing at me?
No.
That hurts my feelings.
Okay, go ahead.
So this was making its way. Jackson, are you familiar with this podcast?
No.
Okay, so this was making its way around the social media last night. Jackson, what is the name of the podcaster?
Curry Hicks Sage.
Curry Hicks.
Sage.
Remember Curry Kirkpatrick, Martin?
Yeah, he wrote for Sports Illustrated, but they'd put him on TV. Kind of looked like he was in the Lollipop Guild, and then he would do kind of like video essays.
That's correct. So this gentleman, I don't know, he has like 21,000 followers, and he's a college basketball guy. Josh Schertz follows him. They have a rapport, according to this gentleman. He's been on the show. And this made its way around social media, and some St. Louis University fans were upset when they heard this last night. Jackson, is this called Twitter Spaces broadcast?
Yes, Twitter Spaces, which Josh Schertz has appeared
He
on.
did, yes, indeed. So this got sent to me this morning by a listener. I don't know if he wants his full name out there. And Doug, I always default on keeping the name, but he sent this to me, so then I forwarded it to Jackson. It's about a 7-minute clip. Jackson and I, so if you're mad at Jackson for the audio, I guided Jackson on what I thought would be the most relevant clips to this podcast. And so we have 3 different clips. So one of the things that we just discussed, guys, was St. Louis University in the Big East with this momentum. SLU will probably be 20th this week, might get to 19th when the AP poll comes out.
Looked like there wasn't a lot of openings right above them. I was looking at that last night.
It's a matter of how far Arkansas falls. They lost at home to Kentucky. Florida beat the hell out of Alabama yesterday. My God. So this is what he has to say about St. Louis University in the Big East. Doug, this is a wet blanket segment. I hate to tell you, it's a wet blanket segment, and then we're going to get into the impact on
How is that not
Josh
sponsored
Schertz.
yet? Who wants to sponsor the wet blanket? Yeah. Maybe a longer
Now is the time where they should be aggressively pursuing, the Big East, right? And I know Chaffetz's money, and I know there's other money there, and I know all the things about St. Louis. Very familiar with it. Spent a lot of time in the city, and have always rooted for them. Especially now that UMass isn't in the A10, it's a good story. Schertz is a guy who was an early guest on my show. Like, he's a great dude, and so I've been making the case, like, hey, get your shit together.
Hey.
Go become the program you've always thought you could be. And I've always said they're a sleeping giant. But as I said that,
snacking.
I was, to a certain extent, misinformed. And a really smart Big East source,
I just heard it again,
hit me up, who loves Schertz, and was like, yo, you can scream this till you're blue in the face, and they can have all the money in the world, but they are not joining the Big East in the foreseeable future. And I was like, why? And he's like, because the television contract doesn't come up to 2029.
He's got half
so
a
even if they
mouthful of
joined,
food.
they wouldn't get any of that money. It might even be a little later than that. B, the league is very content, I'm told, at being a double round robin, playing 20 games overall, and adding another team would mean it would be a 22-game league slate, which they don't want to do.
So, Doug, the meat of it is material to the conversation. Unfortunately, he was also enjoying a treat, perhaps composed of meat, while conducting the show.
It seemed too soft. That felt like a muffin.
What about pudding? You like pudding?
It could have been well.
It's a BLT.
There's no crunch though.
He was really chewing.
I asked the same. If you're doing a Twitter Spaces, can you maybe not eat? Have your mouth full for 10 minutes.
So, Doug, if you can get through the fact that the gentleman's dining.
Okay.
I can't.
Here's what he had to say about the... Jackson, you have on the recourses that SLU has, but I think you meant resources?
Yeah, or recourses.
Same word.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, timing is kind of everything with this. And so St. Louis fans need to understand,
Pause for a bite.
I don't deny that their money is there, that they could easily get Josh to a salary,
no, he's licking his chops.
at or comparable to most of the Big East.
Bite Right.
Like, that's all true. And that you have all the things going for you to keep him forever if you were able to go to the
Put down the sandwich!
The problem is that right in this moment, there's not a viable path to the Big East, even if you were willing to make the resource commitments to get there.
All right. So the St. Louis University element with the Big East, he says, isn't going to happen. And then therefore, this is what he has to say about Josh Schertz and why he thinks he's going to go.
Yeah, you could say tomorrow, okay, Josh, come back to A10 St. Louis. We'll find you $8 million for a roster. And the estimate for St. Louis now is somewhere between 4 and 5. I think that's fairly accurate. You know, top of the league, basically. Dayton, VCU, all in that kind of realm. Yeah, okay, like we'll guarantee we'll give you, roughly $2 million more than anybody else, and like ensure that we kind of give you a head start to winning the league every year. I mean, it still doesn't lead to any, high level power conference teams wanting to play you in the non-conference, right? Because you're not yet at like Gonzaga status where you can just kind of get those games, right? And it doesn't necessarily like give you a simple path to winning a 14-team league that has 6, 7, 8 teams that all give a shit and like can get hot in the weekend. So I would love Josh to stay at St. Louis. It's a great story. I think St. Louis is like deserves a winner, but the circumstances of like this particular moment in time don't lend themselves to keeping a guy of that caliber. And it's not because of resource commitments. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
All right, Doug, I think I've figured this out. Okay, in addition to him wanting to be McAfee there and swearing, I see a link here. It's called Let's Talk Coaches, Search Season, Preview Show. This is from Sunday, February 1st. The length of the post is 3 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh, this guy's competing with QFTA.
I now understand why the man needed a snack. Apparently the show was 3 hours and 13 minutes. His handle says he's a humorist, connector, and clandestine consultant in the college hoops world. That's who he is.
And he enjoys a treat. You think it was pudding, you said?
I thought it was a BLT.
And then Jackson would like to issue an apology to my children who just heard the S word for the first time.
My bad, missed it. I dumped it. No, I dumped it. You made me go over the air.
The real story is if you're Josh Schertz and you get an offer and it's a big league, but it's a crappy program, is that enough to entice you?
And what he is saying, and what I think has really gotten some momentum locally, is the thought that, okay, they get going. Big East has 11 teams. They go to the Big East, and now there's this trajectory that could keep him here if the money is in St. Louis to keep him. And he's saying the resources are there. The problem is with the Atlantic 10 is there are a number of schools who are kind of in the same category, and they're all fighting for 1, maybe 2 bids. And that is the issue because they're not going to be able to schedule out of the conference. And so if you want to actually grow and compete for an NCAA tournament and then eventually Final Four and a championship, it just might not work out because of the timing with regard to the Big East television contract and the fact that the Big East, according to his sources, is actually happy at 11 schools. Now, Martin, you're a Marquette guy. Marquette part of the Big East. Have you ever heard any of these things? The Big East contract, he said, isn't up until 2029.
I think there's a level of snobbery at the Big East. Like, we don't need to add on. And, hey, that's great, SLU. You're interested. So what? And it doesn't matter how many times. And I think I said that to Derek Schmidt. Even if you reach out to them or try and have some sort of, promotional campaign to get them interested. If they're not interested, it doesn't matter. It would have to make sense to them money-wise. Now, on the TV deal, even though St. Louis is a shrinking TV market, it still is a pretty big town compared to most college.
Market 24 as of now?
Compared to most college cities, that can have some appeal to it. So when they re-up their deal with Fox and all the whatever outlets they're on, you could say, hey, we've got a team in St. Louis. I think that has value. So I don't think it's never going to happen. I just don't think it's top of mind right now for the Big East. I just don't think it's, from what I understand, is it's not something they're dying to do.
So the reason why Senator Schmidt reached out to you, Martin, a couple weeks ago to come on to the program was to talk about this letter that he had sent to the Big East commissioner regarding St. Louis University and the Big East. And so I happened to run into him on Saturday evening, and we wound up having a conversation about the Billiken game the night before and the atmosphere and all of that. And then then he had mentioned that he actually was on a call that he had set up with Val Ackerman, who is the commissioner of the Big East, and they had this conversation on Thursday. We talked about that, but then I get this audio sent to me from a SLU fan overnight, and then I text him this morning and I said, hey, following up on what we talked about on Saturday night, anything that you can add to this. So that's why I was talking to him on my way to the station today, and we wound up having about a 15-minute conversation about it. So specific to the situation, he did speak with Val Ackerman. They had a call on Thursday. And with regard to the television deal, there are a couple of things on this that are important to note. You could have a spot where St. Louis University would pay an entry fee that could make teams whole, because if you do have a rev share, then if there is one more party or two more parties or three more parties in, well, then that reduces the share. That's always the issue with expansion and take your pick of whatever league. So you have that, and then in addition to it, something to think about is that they're adding another game to the schedule. This is an NCAA thing. Jackson, when does that start? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, so that can tend to that, and so yeah, that goes back to show prep. But while they do love that home at home that you get to have in the Big East because there are only 11 schools, that isn't necessarily something that would be the roadblock that the gentleman mentions in the podcast. So just because he points those things out doesn't mean that it is off the table, which then brings you back to Josh Schertz. And then does Josh Schertz want to go, okay, I'll stick it out here. If they don't have the year that they're having right now, next year his star can fall off. Or does he go, okay, I really will stick around, but we need to get to the Big East within the next couple of years, and if that ain't going to happen, then I got to go. Because if you're in his spot, yeah, he's in a position right now where a lot of people, not just in St. Louis, but around the country are talking about him. But that thing can go quickly. You know, there are plenty of guys who were super hot in whatever sport you want to pick, college basketball, college football. They don't go. And then they kind of become guys who, you know, are like, oh, yeah, remember when he was the hot name? So that's the position that he is in, and that is why the Big East conversation on the outside looking in could impact his decision for whether or not to stay in St. Louis, because this gentleman says the money's going to be there to keep him. It's a matter of, does he want to stay here? Not because he doesn't like St. Louis. He clearly loves the university, made a choice to come here over some great programs, but the opportunity, that's the question.
And if it's all about getting in the NCAA tournament, and college basketball pretty much is all about getting into the tournament, if you're an A-10 team, same with Missouri Valley, regardless of how good a regular season you have, you could be one bad conference tournament loss away from not getting in. You could win 27, 28 games and get bounced in your conference tournament and not get in the NCAA tournament.
And that's what speaks to, you brought up the Jerry Palm interview, that he's like, yeah, I mean, St. Louis right now, that at-large bid is precarious if there is a loss at some point in the conference. You know, I mean, they're going to be on the road against Davidson. I mean, any of the, I don't want to say any, but almost any of these teams in the A-10 can clip you. And if you don't have signature wins that you can fall back on, you're vulnerable. And that's the overall point. And that is why it becomes this issue. The thing I would say about it is, for the most part, and there are certainly exceptions, and we've seen two of them over the last 2 weeks with George Washington and Duquesne, when they get a chance, they're winning and doing so in really impressive fashion. But the bottom line on the metrics is they don't have the strength of schedule to fall back on, and that's why you're vulnerable. And then even when you want to play teams outside of your conference in November and December, they don't want to play you. And so that is the decision that he will have to make.
I just think if I'm him and the job is, hey, it's the Big Ten, but I'm making it up, but it's Rutgers, it's Penn State, I'm like, I don't know. But if all of a sudden Dana Altman leaves Oregon, you're like, well, Oregon could be a program. You could win a national championship there with that money. Phil Knight's. I think I would sit back. Oklahoma, if Porter Moser gets nicked.
Kansas, Bill Self's not going to be there forever.
Yeah, and maybe that's too big a job for I don't know. But I think if I'm him, maybe at some point Rick Barnes leaves Tennessee, I think you have to have a handful of bigger programs, not just, hey, got to get to the Big Ten. The Minnesota coach is in his first year. They're not making it. You can go through all these different teams and see who might have an opening, and just how excited does it get you just to say, all right, we're in a big conference. I don't know. I think it's got, to me, for him to leave, because I think his history, his personality tells us he's not looking to jump, but the guy wants to win, and you're going to have a better chance in these power conferences. I think that's appealing, but I think it also has to be the job. It can't just be, hey, it's a Big Ten offer. Hey, you got to take it. It's a Big Ten offer. Hey, it's Mississippi State. I don't know. I think I would hold out if I were him.
He's in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah,
where he is.
Yeah, so at the end of the year, they say, boy, we really don't want you to leave. And if there isn't a huge program offer or a really solid program that's coming after you, hey, we'll give you another $1 million or $2 million to stay. You go, yeah, okay. Got a good team coming back.
He's not going to go to Oregon with that awful Oregon floor paint. That's from Cream.
Well, that's a factor.
Does that factors in?
Sure it does. Absolutely.
Well, let me answer that mid-bite, and then you will consider me an insider.
The extension to 32 games starts next season.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Jerry Palm might be the worst bracketologist going right now. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, so he's not happy with what Jerry Palm had to say.
No, he isn't.
I didn't see Kwame on. I saw the real Kwame Mitchell,
Yes,
who was
he was
at
there.
the game. I was looking for Voyukas.
And he said your ass was grass.
Yeah, and I wanted to know exactly. I told my family, I just got to prepare you. There could be a problem. My ass is grass, but I did not, to my knowledge, see him.
I ran into him, Martin.
Did you?
He was looking for you, boy.
Oh, was he?
How did you know that you ran into Kwame Voyukas?
You don't know him just by looking at him?
Did he have a jersey that said Kwame on the front?
No, he introduced himself as such and said, where's that Kilcoyne?
Oh, is this a big drink of water, this fella?
6'1", Doug, 205.
That's right.
Yeah, ready to give a swirly.
Oh.
He was going to take on Papers, who's
that's
6'1",
right.
185, without the diaper.
If SLU wants to be taken seriously, the Big East, they need to pay up and extend shirts. He's the ticket. Without him locked up, there's no chance. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. F. Jerry Palm! It's from Martin's Sweater Vest. You think if Mizzou fires Gates, would shirts take the Mizzou job? That's from the 618.
No.
You don't think so, Papers?
No.
There you go.
You don't
Jackson
think he would
Burkett.
take the job, or you don't think they would fire Gates? Gates isn't going anywhere.
As of
after
right
this
now,
year.
both, but I don't think shirts would take the Mizzou job.
There you go.
It's a shame we have
Wouldn't
to
that be
think
the
like
ultimate
that.
heel turn for a Billikens fan?
What's that?
If that were to happen for a SLU fan, that would hurt more than anything.
I don't think that would.
I don't
be
think it's.
how he would
I don't think
handle
it's a
it.
scenario
No.
that's coming up at the right time.
Chris Kerber is going to join us here on the Polos Plus dossier. That is the traditional 101 ESPN Monday morning appearance of Chris Kerber. Then you got Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. And at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the showdown between Buck Swope and Allen Dadeville, the sudden death playoff for the January win, which will give one of them a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Temperatures warming up this week, which is glorious. And then next week, I think the snow will melt, Doug, 'cause I see temperatures in the highs in the 50s.
That's just fine by me.
A-okay. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at Design Air Service. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and they have the greatest promotion in this show's history. And one person today, Allen Dadeville or Buck Swope at 9:45, will submit an email that will get them a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Chris Kerber next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, the website is autoloanpro.com. Doesn't matter the circumstance or situation, they can get you into that new vehicle. Doesn't matter if there's a hiccup on your credit report. They'll do this with little to no money down, get you the best rates possible. They can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Not vendors, these are lenders, and there's a difference there. Financing that car can get a little tricky. The only thing you need to know is to choose a pro and that is the Auto Loan Pro. Great website, autoloanpro.com. Pick out the vehicle, and while you're there, download their free playbook. It's put together by them to educate you on the credit system. And then next time around, get the car of your choice, because anyone can sell you a car. It takes that pro doing it right. They are part of the Lita family, autoloanpro.com. Great selection of vehicles. And then again, an assurance to you that with little or no money down, they'll get you the best rate possible, get you into a new vehicle. It's autoloanpro.com.
You know, when you need somebody to come to the house, somebody to check out that furnace of yours, maybe it's just not blowing right, maybe the heat's not coming out right. The one thing you want to know is that you can bring someone and you can trust. Well, that's Classic Air Care. How do you know this? Well, you get a 4.8 Google rating with people putting reviews in because you care about the customer service, and they get that kind of customer service that people are so happy with it, they want others to know about it. That's Classic Air Care. Customer service is their number one priority. Customer satisfaction is their number one priority. They want to make sure that you're happy. But most important, they get the job done. They get the job done right. They do it as quickly as they possibly can. And here's the cool thing. They've got techs on call 24/7. They have after-hour techs on call that if something breaks down, when it's not convenient, they're there for you. They can typically get to you within 24 hours. They've got those great vans, the orange ones with the penguins. You see them around town. That's Classic Air Care. It's really that simple. You want somebody you can trust. You want someone that's going to get the job done, and you want somebody that's going to get to your house quickly. Classic Air Care. You can book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. You can call them. They'll be there. They'll make sure that you're comfortable because they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you in the Stiefel Studios. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour that you can watch on the TMA STL YouTube channel. 327 friends have gathered, Doug. How about that?
That's nice.
That is a rare number on the TMA STL YouTube channel when there isn't a female present. So... People are excited about hearing from Chris Kerber. That's what's happening.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Kerbs, you're driving people to the program. Thank you so much for doing so.
Well, you listen, I'm glad that I could be here to talk to 320 people.
How about that, Doug?
That's a
Look
nice
at that.
bonus for you.
Kerbs, the festivities did not go the way that the Blues wanted, coming off of the win on Thursday against the Panthers. And so that puts the Blues in this continued purgatory state as we get ready for the Olympics. What is your analysis of where the state of mind is here as we get ready for a unique month in the calendar that features the Olympics, but then also gets us much closer to the deadline that has been spoken about quite a bit?
Yeah, I think, there's the harsh reality that this team faces right now, or that maybe Doug Armstrong, Alexander Steen faced. The harsh reality is, we just saw in the last two games, really kind of the issue of the season. You play a game, you get an emotional win, you get this great, theatrical and dramatic victory, against the Florida Panthers, right? And then the first two periods, you just kind of flat. You're not dictating the game, the next night against Columbus. And for whatever reason, that appears to be the chemistry, maybe not even chemistry is the word. That just appears to be the personality, whatever the right word is, of this team. And Doug Armstrong's mentioned it, in interviews he's done recently where, they just haven't been able to find traction, or build from one game to the next. And honestly, I don't have a reason, a good answer as to why that is. Otherwise, I'd probably be a coach or a general manager. I'm not even sure that they have a great reason for it. But it's just kind of one of those, yin and yang seasons for this hockey team. And you just got to take it one game at a time at this point, just see where things go. But at some point, Doug and Alex are just going to be at the point with the trade deadline coming up after the break where you'll get a better idea how they're going to continue to build towards the future.
Of course, with all the other problems that they've got, it hadn't helped that Robert Thomas has missed significant time and Holloway is hurt. You got two of your best players, two of your best offensive players not around. That just kind of adds to it all, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but I mean that's just a reality, of sports where guys are going to get hurt, and and sometimes they're your top guys, and they can have a big impact. They could have a minor impact. And look, I mean, the Florida team we saw that just got Matthew Tkachuk back, they've been as decimated with injuries with their top players as anybody, and they're right in the thick of things. So there are some teams that are built that have the kind of depth, that have the culture. I guess, Doug, is maybe the word we're looking for here, that, that have a foundation of just what your team game looks like, that when certain players go out, you still keep that kind of that game going. And that's something that the Blues, because of this transition that they've been in the last few years, they've got to rebuild, they've got to rediscover, they've got to find it again. And it's not, listen, I mean, and you have to go through it. When you turn from one core to another core, when you've got young players, it just takes time to get there, and that's what they're in the midst of right now.
I thought the most interesting thing the last couple of games was really Sundqvist opening up about that injury, just how dangerous that was when he got cut by McDavid's skate, and said it was the worst or scariest moment of his career. Comes back, gets a goal, and that you can see why he's a glue guy.
Well, he's an interesting one. Remember, you trade him to Detroit. Watching him, when the Blues traded him to Detroit, and we're on the plane a number of years ago, and the crazy part is, like the trade deadline is like at what? Sometimes it's like at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock St. Louis time, right? So I don't know why we didn't delay the flight until like 3 or 3:30, just in case we were literally on the plane. You hear something, you hear the rustle, you look and you're like, holy, like Parayko's got a shirt. Like, did they just trade Parayko? And there wasn't. It was Sundqvist. And I mean, almost like tearfully, he's walking up the aisle of the plane because he's got to get off the plane. We just traded him to Detroit. The fact that when he became a free agent again, he wanted to come back to St. Louis. The Blues wanted him back there. He's just one of these smart hockey players that just plays the game the right way. He's not going to pick up a ton of points at this point in time, but you can just trust him in every situation. And he's one of those players that, to me, that if as a guy that's going to be a UFA at the end of the year, if the Blues season kind of stays on this kind of path, he's somebody that I think could really help another team, go far and win, because he just plays that great style. Plus, he's just a terrific guy to be around. And it was a scary thing. You reach down there, you pull your hand out of your sock, you have your hand covered with blood, and you don't know exactly. I could imagine how scary that must have been.
Well, he puts his body on the line for the team, too. He gets hurt a lot because he plays with such reckless abandon and will just do anything at all to help the team.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Now, when there's going to be guys that play 500 games in the league, right, and you're going to go, okay, they're just continuing to go. Oscar Sundqvist will have played, outside of a guy that, played the role of like Chaser or Twister did or something like that. Oscar Sundqvist is about as hard on the body of 500 games as you're going to play, isn't it? Like, it's just it is. He knows one way. He gets in the way of pucks. He gets in lanes. He's willing to throw the body around and hit somebody. And with that comes the bumps and bruises of it. But man, by the time it's all done for him, he's going to go if you get a chance to know him, and then you get then you start pulling for him just because of the player that he is. He goes down as one of your favorite Blues, in my opinion.
I guess as we search for positives, at least the fans have stuck with the team. They're selling out, are coming close to it still almost every game, despite where they are in the standings.
Oh, man, Doug, like the last homestand, I think we sold out every one of those games. The fans have been amazing with the job that the in-game entertainment crew does, with Hannah there is just unbelievable. Anna Golf is the person that runs that. They make sure that it's entertaining, that it's fun, that it's a great place to be, from the pregame bands that are playing, and that atmosphere is fantastic. There is something. There's things to watch. I mean, when you look at Jimmy Snuggerud and you look at Dvorsky and you look at Broberg, and we'll get Holloway back in there. There is the cupboard is not bare. You're just going through a transition where you're having a season where for whatever reason it didn't click, on the ice in terms of stringing a bunch of wins together. But as they showed against Florida, they can put some fun games out there. And the fans, they're always great. So, you talk to guys that come in and are playing in St. Louis for the first time, and they're like, wow, like, holy smokes, this is a hockey town. And then they talk about what it's like to play in front of the crowds here. And the crowds have been just fantastic, and I'm not surprised. The Blues have been honest about their direction. They've been honest about what they're trying to do. Doug Armstrong just puts it out there as bluntly as anybody, probably any general manager you guys have ever covered, I would think. And when you have a season that maybe isn't going the way you expected, that's one thing. But then, you can still do what's right by the fans and give them a reason to come watch, and that's what I think they're doing.
There it is. Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays. Blues and Predators pregame, 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber with us on TMA on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kerbs, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much, sir.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Have a great Olympic break, and we'll talk to you during the break.
There it is. Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is filtering the emails for this showdown, Doug, that is taking place at 9:45 between Buck Swope and Al in Dadeville for a $10,000 HVAC system. Unbelievable.
Where's the countdown clock? And you just did one of those countdown clocks. You can see the moments to kick off, to opening tip, to the emails being read. Whew,
That's all happening. I mean, it's an hour and 8 minutes away.
Do these guys, I mean, I should know, but do they have jobs? Do they have lives? Because I'm just wondering, do they have to step away from whatever it is they're in the middle of? Carpool?
Buck Swope signed a 3-year deal to be the TMA show historian in 2025.
And he was the only applicant?
Wow.
Only applicant that matters.
Nice papers.
Yeah.
But do you have to, I mean, in all seriousness, if you have a real job in life, you say at 9, hold on, I need to step away. They're reading.
Well, you'd have to today, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, or calling sick.
Everyone's got 10 minutes.
Bob, I can't take this call right now. I need to listen to the TMA EMOTD.
See, there you go. And that's an Allen Dadeville, Buck Swope showdown. And then you can compete as well. We'll have a separate contest for everybody else the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're welcome to call in on the program. Doug always says phone calls on Monday, please. Sure, no problem. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, tell the people about Collier and Thompson.
Well, Collier and Thompson is where you go when you want to get your house spruced up. I mean, you really want to get it looking nice. You don't really want to move, but that kitchen is a little dated. That master bathroom, you haven't done anything with that for 30 years. You call Collier and Thompson, and they'll get your house looking like a showplace. They've been doing it since the 1950s. Their people, the plumbers, the electricians, everybody that they employ are just fantastic people. They have more than 165 years of combined experience between the people that could be working on your home. You ought to head to their showroom out there on Manchester in Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Take a look around the displays. You get some great ideas. It's amazing also some of the new appliances that are on the market now. Matthew is the appliance guy. They'll take you downstairs, show you the latest and greatest appliances. They also have some for every budget. Collier and Thompson is a place where you don't really have to do a total makeover if you don't want to of your kitchen. You can do a partial, get an appliance here or there, a new microwave. That's what I did. And Collier and Thompson is willing to work with you and give you exactly what you want. They're carpenters or subcontractors, take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. You got reviews? Of course we've got reviews. Here's Mark him. Hello, Marky Mark. He says, all construction completed on time. Workers extremely friendly and cleaned up and vacuumed every day they were here. Overall, a great experience. Owner came out at the final inspection and noticed a nick in the door and ordered a new one. That's how they do you at Collier and Thompson. You will love the work that they do. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Call in 314-974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone line number. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox, and then join in with 316 friends who are talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Nipper School Monitor is sideways with Doug's little river birch. And you were sideways with your river birch.
It wasn't a little river birch. It was a huge one. It was the tree from hell. Happy that it's gone.
Doug's little river birch not happy with the hockey conversation. Nipper School Monitor says, here's an idea. If you don't like the hockey coverage, don't listen. See how easy this is? So now they're going back and forth, just like Iggy and Rockio and Iggy and Chairman Kurt.
Iggy and fill in the blank.
I had nothing to do with the back and forth.
I thought you said it was in your thread. I didn't know that.
Well, I just posted the picture from TMA night at SLU.
But then Iggy said, aren't you sitting next to Tim? Why don't you ask him?
That was completely separate from the...
But you weren't sitting next to me.
I was not.
No. You were the guy that was sniffing my seat, was?
Would love to rub Nutella all over the fat guy's feet and just lick it off.
No. Stop it.
Chairman was there. He was our TMA correspondent that evening.
So you're not sideways with Iggy?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, he can tell me if that's different. But I did get a text from somebody apologizing for turning my thread into a war zone. We won't drop any names, but there's some people out there with a little bit of class.
Doug, this is a classy presentation.
Watch out, here comes
Suckboy Tony.
It's probably Suckboy Tony. How many boat drinks did Rick have at the game? Jackson, were you enjoying boat drinks?
No, cold beer. Meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, amen.
But no boat drinks. I don't know if boat drinks are really an option. They go up to the bar there.
You want to reach out to Chris May and suggest that they start making daiquiris?
Yeah. Rum
His
runners.
to-do list today, lock up Schwartz. What's his name? Shirts.
Yeah.
Lock up shirts. Order Jackson boat drinks.
Yeah.
Got it. Done. They're home this Saturday. Another weekend game. LaSalle. Not getting paid to say this, Tim, but LaSalle is here on Saturday. Doug, nothing gets you fired up like SLU versus LaSalle.
SLU versus anybody right now gets me
No,
fired
that's true.
up.
That's the answer.
Was there a baby race on Friday night?
No, the baby race is a once-a-year thing, and apparently a pony. That was for the Richmond game. Yeah, I mean, my family loves going to those games. Was that your first game this year?
Yes.
What was your reaction outside of the fact that you were
Incredible
liquored up on daiquiris?
Incredible atmosphere, ton of energy in the building. Such a great building itself. There's no bad seat in the house. And they put together a fantastic product. They kind of punched him right in the mouth and never stopped.
Yeah.
I kept waiting. I told my wife, well, what'll happen here is Dayton will make a big run. And I would say, here it comes. Nope. SLU had runs in the game of themselves of 16-4, 10-0, 10-0, 12-0.
We call those, there's a great Twitter account on for college basketball. Evan Miyakawa.
Does he eat while he's tweeting?
No. He does a thing called kill shots. 10-0 runs are called kill shots.
Oh, I like that.
And 4 kill shots on the night for SLU.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Where they just take them out.
And then a 20-0 run's called an avalanche.
Ooh. SLU should have had a baby race with Libby Jack and his boyfriends at the game. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I see the crowd.
Good Monday start for that guy.
Does he get the bucko treatment?
Nah, not yet.
It was a sellout. The paid attendance, 10,277. I wonder if they could have sold out the Enterprise Center for that game. I bet they could.
I think probably got pretty close.
Yes.
Yeah. You're adding, another 8,000 seats?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Doug, you bring that up. That's interesting because the NCAA tournament is going to be first round, second round at the Enterprise. Illinois being a high seed, a 1 or a 2 at this point, will probably get rewarded, and they'll send them just down the road for their They tend to do that to the top seeds. Would it be unfair to the other programs if they let SLU into that bracket?
You say no.
No, would not be.
But if you're
for
the
St. Louis University to be an 8 or 9 and then playing Dilladoy in the second round.
In St. Louis? No. I think Illinois.
Because your question, Martin, is if you're an 8 or 9 seed, is it right?
Well,
you understandably rewarded.
Let's say you're a 7-10. Let's say you're the 7, and then the 10's like, well, great, we're playing SLU, and they've got 10,000 fans.
They'd be just as many Illinois fans.
Well, forget Illinois. I'm saying
let's say it's Iowa State, because that would make sense. Iowa State right now would probably be a 2.
I don't think it would be unfair.
Okay.
What about the first round opponent, the 10 or the 7? You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Will the selection committee take that into account? They'd reward.
Lenardi says they would put SLU in there. I mean, so that kind of.
At Enterprise. Okay. That would be unbelievable.
His bracketology last week had SLU taking on Illinois in the second round if they were to win as a 7 seed, and Illinois beating Wright State.
I'm sure it'll all get down to money. If SLU were to play somewhere like, Provo, Utah, or wherever else they have a regional, there'd be next to nobody at the game.
Right.
If they play here, you'll have 19,000 people at the game.
Wouldn't that be something?
Pony. Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to be out of town that week. It's our son's spring break. And I got to tell you, if that game is here,
I have to change your plans.
I'm telling you, I watched it. I mean, it was a perfect afternoon. I was super hungover yesterday. And I'm just like, we got done with our son's birthday party. Like, all right, I'm not leaving. I don't care what's going on at the house. I am sitting here. I need to let this booze filter out of my system.
Oh, is that right?
And Illinois, on a crap Sunday, is playing at 3 o'clock at Nebraska.
That's perfect.
God, I loved Illinois was getting points, and in my mind, I'm like, I'm still not sold on Nebraska. Nebraska's kind of a high delta,
they can
3-point operation.
Yeah,
and Illinois they're so good.
They have so many ways to
They
beat.
can go big.
So
and they just
good.
Killed Nebraska on the boards because when they went with the bigs, Nebraska had no answer.
Yeah, and that's what they should be doing with Boswell out. Is just going big.
Yeah, they did that. I mean, they had this week at Mackey and then in Lincoln without Boswell. I mean, it's just something else. But I guess it kind of speaks to how top-heavy college basketball is at the moment, that here they are with the resume that they have, and I'm not sure they'll be a top 5 team today.
Yeah, not sure. The top 5 is pretty.
I think Michigan will pass UConn today. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
And Arizona will still be number 1.
Yes.
That's what I think. Michigan beating Michigan State on Friday night in East Lansing, and then beating Nebraska earlier in the week. And that Michigan-Illinois game, February 27th, Doug.
Yeah, the coaches poll already had Michigan pass UConn, so I think the
you guys
AP
keep
will
saying
reflect.
Michigan, isn't it like Michigan?
No. God, you sound, man. You got to do prep.
Okay.
Michigan.
Michigan.
It's Dilladoy.
Okay, gotcha.
As an Illinois fan, I hope SLU loses and doesn't make the tournament. I have flashbacks of Loyola already. That's from the 309. Nothing like a bunch of fans wearing anything but white during a whiteout game. That's from the Lone Ranger's sidekick, and I guess he's not happy with SLU fans?
I didn't wear white.
Why not? They put a T-shirt right there on our chair.
He's saying why not? Like he didn't sit next to me.
That's the Lone Ranger's sidekick.
White hoodie with my black SLU jersey.
Oh, is that right? So you're an STL Today commenter?
That's right, yeah. Well, yeah. My hood is rounded. But I wore that with my SLU jersey that I was gifted.
Ooh, okay. Ooh.
Doug is not happy with you.
You're supposed to put on the T-shirt they had right there on the chair.
But the one on my chair was a small, Doug, so a little bit of an issue.
I saw that there were some discrepancies between sizes. I had some friends text me like, "What size do you?" Mine was an XL sitting there. I thought that's what everyone would get.
Yeah.
Apparently there were some smalls and mediums. So you're supposed to like exchange with people in your section. I think.
FFS Jackson. That's from Brian Henshin. Henshin tension, Martin.
I don't care.
He's covering the Super Bowl if the Colts get the alternate.
He's the alternate. Yeah, no, I get that.
Gabe DeArmond's going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, and then the showdown is less than an hour away between Allen Dadeville and Buck Swope for the $10,000 HVAC system. You can email in as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Well, here we go. This is the week. Last call for football. And FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost this week, every single day leading up to the big game. So go on to your FanDuel app and you get a different profit boost every day. Just accept that profit boost, and then you can play, and it'll be a different one each day. All right, here's what we got. Today's 30% profit boost is on passing yards, over, under, and then alternate passing yards. So if you're taking a look at it right now, Drake May, you can go under 222.5 passing yards. If you think Darnold's going to go off, over 227.5. Take your pick. You got alternate lines as well. And then so you can lower the number and then get different odds. That's what you can do with FanDuel. All you have to do is opt in each day and then place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. So whether you're locking in early lines, riding your favorite props, or taking one last swing before the final whistle, FanDuel is giving everyone something extra to cheer for during football's final week. Jackson Burkett, are you giving people a play?
Yeah, I want to give people an example of this wonderful passing prop parlay profit boost that FanDuel is offering. Drake May, if you like Drake May, I like him plus 200. That's alt passing yards, so 200 or more passing yards. Then Sam Darnold under 228 passing yards. With that 30% profit boost, that plays plus 228.
Wow. Jackie Papers giving you the play. You can opt in right now at FanDuel. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering through the phone lines here. And Doug, Mr. Licks was deemed worthy of getting through Chairman Kurt's filter, and he joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Licks.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure to have you on the program.
Show.
So my vote, if you need a vote, is definitely Al in Dadeville, because I know he does have a job and works, and I just assume Buck Swope sits at his house all day in his basement listening to the show on repeat.
Buck Swope literally saved Tower T, or had a big hand in it anyway.
And the community is better for it.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
Does Licks know where Tower T is located,
Probably
Tim?
not. Too far south.
Is everybody on the fan page an idiot?
I don't know. Are you on there?
I am, and every day there's some like it while innocuous, just ridiculously dumb post.
Well, what happened?
Flittering thought. Well, someone posted. They go, "Hey, I'm going to this restaurant this weekend. I'm not going to name the restaurant because I don't think they're a sponsor."
Damn pay.
And they're like, "Hey, do they take reservations, or should I show up at 6 and wait? Like, what's the move?" I mean, are you that dumb that you can't call a restaurant and ask the question? Does everything have to be posted to social media?
You think they're showing off like, I'm going to this restaurant?
Oh, you think that's what it was?
Maybe that's what it is. A look at me move?
There's maybe like 1 or 2 restaurants tops in St. Louis that you could show off with, and this wasn't one of them.
Oh, what are the show-off restaurants?
Yeah, what would you consider the show-off restaurants?
Great question.
Yeah.
Well, they're not sponsors, so
It's okay.
Well, that's fine.
Okay, maybe we'll get something out of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, Yola.
I'll text you off air, but
for heaven's sakes.
Really?
Just tell us the restaurant.
The other thing that I have an issue with is, like, I went to the Blues game a couple weeks ago, and there was this thing where they said, "Hey, for every Blues power play goal this season, we're going to donate $500 to some like children's hospital charity or something."
Mm-hmm.
That's sincere.
What would be like a really good year of like power play goals? Like, I'm not a hockey person. Like 80? Is that like a lot of Jackson? Or
that seems
like a
reasonable.
good benchmark.
It might be a little high. Yeah. They don't get 1 a game.
What? So like 70?
Well, I don't know exactly. 60 or 70 probably.
Yeah. Licks, for context, the record for power play goals in a season by a team is 119, so that would be outstanding.
Yeah.
Okay, see, KG, this is why you're the best. Thank you for actually looking it up.
You're welcome.
Well, you could have looked it up.
So that's like, so if they scored 70, that's like $35,000 for the charity, right? Well, so if they only score like 30, then they show up to the hospital and they're like, "Sorry, we could have given you a check for $35,000, but the Blues suck, so here's 15 instead."
Well, the charity's probably still happy to receive that. You don't have to give them
really
anything.
Questionable.
Okay.
Currently, the Edmonton Oilers have 48 power play goals in 56 games, so it's a little less than 1 a game for the high end.
Well, what is that tracking to over the full season?
Do the math on your own time.
Currently, the Blues, so let's do this, 26 power play goals in 55 games. Let's just say they're roughly, 2/3 of the way, roughly. So they're going to get you, I'm going to get you to about 40.
It just seems like, can't you just stroke the extra dollars, like whether they score the goal or not? Why are you making the Blues responsible for that?
Added pressure, Tim.
Well, it's not helping. Hey, well, just one more thing, really.
Okay.
And Jackson, by the way, quick hit, Jackson, you really like the subreddit called OK Buddy Cinephile?
Doug, OK Buddy Cinephile.
Oh, what is that?
Never been on there.
Just try it out. I think you would really enjoy it.
All right. Sounds good.
It's good stuff. So, Tim, last Monday, I think it was the 26th, you made one of the greatest sports analogies of all time. You compared, and this was just like random, you just threw it in like it was no big deal, classic Tim. And it was, you compared the 2019 Toronto Raptors championship to the time Danny Willett won the Masters.
Wow. Okay. Is that the end of the call?
Well, I just thought it was pretty remarkable that he came up with that analogy when you guys were talking. And not a single person on the day said, oh, that's actually a good analogy, Tim. That was really good. Not a single compliment.
I think it's exactly what I said upon hearing it.
pull up the segment.
I'm sure I'm almost positive.
You acknowledged that it was an accurate analogy. You didn't compliment him.
Okay.
So I just think maybe it's time for you guys to reflect and understand the opportunity you're given every day to work with Tim.
Okay. Knock it off!
I have to say,
Chairman Kurt's clapping.
in a related note, you're not getting any compliments either today. So maybe we can correct that a week from now.
Well, and who's coming after me? Worson Woods. He lives in the land of builder grade appliances.
That's what it's known for. When you enter Worson Woods, it says you've entered the land of builder grade appliances.
I don't think so.
That's what I think of.
Builder grade. This effing guy sounds like a dry turd. That's the nicest one I've seen so far.
That's fine, Martin. It doesn't bother me.
I'm just sharing with you.
Doug.
All right, that's all I got today.
Okay, that was a lot. It was plenty.
Doug, he required you to do some math.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt and Martin actually looked up the numbers on power play goals. And so now we've all been able to tend to that.
Okay.
What's wrong with your phone line?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
That was a good analogy last week.
Oh, here we go.
Stop it.
I mean, the compliment's late, but it's still accepted. I think it's kind of like Scotty Scheffler at this point. You expect the tight shot dispersion that I deliver day in and day out. And so maybe it's not fair. Whereas Justin Rose, you're like, oh, he's 46 years old. Look at what he did this weekend. Not a fun little story. Scotty Scheffler does that. You expect it. Does that analogy?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that works.
It's just the greatest analogy ever, Timmy.
Nice. That works.
Somebody wanted him to just go for a light jog down Highway 40.
Yeah, they wanted him to run out there.
Papers I was looking for when we want to say goodbye. Can we get back to the L.A. Davis farewell? Because the buzzer, instead of just the buzzer, it was the roaring alarm.
He's got some support here.
Oh, wow.
I used to hate licks. Now I'm becoming a lemming. That's from the unfortunate wet sock. Long live licks. Right below that one. River to Perry Yacht Captain. You can hate licks, but literally everything he said about Tim is true. That's from Steven Time, Doug. He's of the Brothers Time. And the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom says, always good to hear from my neighbor Lixie. So I guess they live right next to each other, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Mr. Licks.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Okay.
We'll get to some calls. That was Winnipeg guy?
Yeah.
Excuse me, gotta go have a root canal without Novocaine? JHC? A dude on Facebook calling out other dumbs on Facebook is really rich. That's from Sharon and Clayton. So we got a couple things in there. She's going to get a root canal with no painkiller?
JHC, what does that mean?
I don't know.
I believe that's the initials for
Jesus H. Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then a dude on Facebook calling out other dumbs on Facebook is really rich. That's Sharon and Clayton. So I guess she's sideways with Licks, who is the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's neighbor, and she's part of an alliance with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Harrison's brother Master. Doug, there it is. It's a flow chart here.
I'm concerned about a root canal without Novocaine. I'm
Well,
not
that
sure you
is
could get through that, could you?
What is the dentistry like and endodontists like in Sanibel?
I'm sure it's very good.
No, high end.
You probably got to go to, Fort Myers or Naples to get
Sounds
it done?
archaic if you don't get any.
God almighty.
Marathon Man. You got to watch it. Dustin Hoffman.
And he gets one with no Novocaine?
That's part of their punishment.
Oof. Well, that sounds like a rough scene.
I think you'd almost
It's
rather
hard
just
to watch.
pull the tooth. Yank it, doctor. Yank it out of there.
Clip that off.
Lick sucks, but I like him. Now, there's a take.
Why is Jackson wearing a hat every day since he said he wasn't going to wear a hat anymore? It's from Johnny Mardukas.
It's kind of concerned.
Not the case. I haven't worn a hat every day. I didn't wear a hat all weekend. I didn't wear a hat at least 3 of the 5 days last week. So that text was inaccurate and unnecessary, truly.
Did you wear a hat at the shave?
Nope.
Somebody sent me a picture of you in the stand. I'm trying to
Yeah,
find
it was
this now.
our compadre Ryan McKenna.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
I was looking up. Okay, so he sent it to you and me. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Jackson sightings.
They were Jackson sightings.
I saw a lot of people.
I didn't
hanging out.
see you guys.
Yeah.
I was next to Manavani, and he said, "Where's Tim?" And I said, I'm right here. First thing he says, "Where's Tim?" I politely said, "I don't really care." I mean, I
was at Lorenzini's.
Yeah,
briefly. We had the auction on Saturday, and my wife was involved in that. And then the now 4-year-old was running around, and I don't know, with one of the young, but either way, running around outside there causing chaos. And then we got a chance to see the great Cal Kennedy and some of that St. Gabriel crew in there and have some beers. But we weren't out past 10 o'clock. So
we waited a while in our seats, just kind of let things disperse a little bit, and then walked down to Lorenzini's, and it was absolutely packed.
Yeah, how about that, Doug? It was a pony.
Yeah, it was. I left immediately. We were hoping to maybe find a Dairy Queen open on the way home. I don't do the bar scene.
But Brazier?
Like I should. Yeah.
You go Brazier?
Brazier Burger would have been nice.
There it is. There's the picture that Martin and I were sent. I don't know if that's up on the YouTube. There it is. And Jackson's not wearing, and he's not wearing white, and that pissed off Brian Henson.
Take a little look at that scalp.
Jackson, you torture yourself.
No, can I take a quick look?
It's like a guy wanting to look at his micro-ween.
No, it doesn't look that bad. Well,
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't look that bad.
You're harder on yourself about that.
But it's all angles and lighting. It's all angles and lighting. I love a facade.
Gregory Peck.
Tim here.
I thought the point of TMA night was you guys all hanging out. That's from Grandma Johan, who was not happy that we didn't hang out with the listeners.
My mom was very confused about that. She was like,
it really was.
Because I went to the house last night, and she was like, "So did you hang out with all the guys? You guys all like take a picture or something?" I was like, "No, I really only saw Doug." And she was like, "I thought it was TMA night." I was like, "Well, I mean, it
was self-appointed TMA night.
Yeah, we were all there. Therefore, it was TMA night, but we didn't do anything.
Chris May did text me after the fact. He said, "What a huge night." He acknowledged there was a TMA bump.
Had to have been.
I mean, a 31-point win. Can't just give credit to Sharma and Trey Green.
Thank you. I ran into Lorenzini's and some guys who were used to getting drinks more quickly because of...
there was a lot of that going on.
And the guy goes, "I blame you guys for this." Thank you.
Movers and shakers.
I've certainly heard that over the last couple decades.
Yeah.
It just is usually a different topic.
Don't you have to have a certain ticket to get into Lorenzini's?
I think typically, but I have to say, honestly, Doug, I think it was just such a crush of people. Like, and then we just be dating my 31. Just come on in. It's fine.
Okay. I thought you had to be in
what were you
those
saying? Are you about to say something?
I couldn't quite tell, but when Robbie hit that 3 to start the game, I thought I saw him mouth, "Thanks, Tim."
Oh, wow.
Gosh, this is never ending.
I didn't see that.
And paper said, "Call him, Martin, call him."
Yeah, get him on the horn.
Hey, Pale, you wore a hat to Brazier? Oh, no, to Brasserie.
No, I did not.
You fancy little boy. Ash is impressed. That's from the recovering alcoholic.
I did not wear a hat on Thursday night.
This was in reference to you going to Dairy Queen Brazier with Doug, but this was your This was your little restaurant outing.
Yeah. No.
Real, all due respect, of course, to Brazier, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
Right there at Hampton and Eichelberger. Pony.
Oh, yeah.
Where the new Mom's Deli is, too.
Yeah.
No, untrue. Did you guys get your Shake Shack burgers on Saturday?
No, I forgot about it.
Me too. Mad at myself.
You just show your electronic ticket and they give you a hamburger?
I believe so.
And then you get the fries and the shake, and you only owe them $20. So you got a free burger.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I love you. That's from John Mardukas.
I love you too.
Oh, my gosh. Come on, Pale. Let's see that crown, big fella. He wants you to take off the hat and lean into the YouTube cameras.
No. Now that I've already put the hat on, it stays on.
Does it?
I don't have the option of removing my hat once I've put it on.
You get hat hair?
I am not in an alliance with that bitch in the business district. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And something has just happened, kind of like that Saturday night main event 1988 where Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage had a falling out. Remember that?
No.
They were a tag team. And the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has just announced that she is not in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton, who's getting a root canal from Marathon Man Martin, Dustin Hoffman.
It was a great movie.
Have you seen that movie, boy?
He's tortured. I forget the whole premise. It's the jewel business in New York City, and they're targeting him for whatever reason. And then to torture him, it's with Dental work with no Novocaine, Doug.
Ooh, yeah, but I mean a root canal.
Wow. Let's see.
Cats and dogs. Well, I know this. Dr. Brandon Pryor wouldn't let that happen. So maybe Sharon needs to head up from Sanibel and go to 100 West Dental.
It'd be worth it to make the trip.
Whew, cats and dogs, although he is a dentist, not an endodontist. But either way, I'm sure he would help you out. He got me in to see an endodontist the day before Christmas Eve, and he saved the day. If you're struggling to eat steak, missing a tooth, denture that's floating around like a hockey puck, get to know Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental. Complex rehabilitative dentistry, implants, reconstructions, etc. They're giving you the ability to chew and smile and get you back to 100%. Most dentists are going to charge you $500 just to find out what's wrong. Not Dr. Pryor. For the TMA audience exclusively, Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That's a $450 value on the house just to see if you're a good candidate. Here's what you can get. Dr. Pryor, 100 West Dental on Manchester and Baldwin. Get your smile and life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them I sent you, and you get a complimentary implant consult. 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Take a break. Come back with Colonel Gabe DeArmond. Then at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier, the showdown for the design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope, Allen Dadeville for the $10,000 HVAC system in 35 minutes.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics defeat the Bucks last night, 107-79. Jaylen Brown with 30 points, 13 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And coming up on the Polos Plus dossier will be the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, and then that Design Air Heating and Cooling showdown for the $10,000 HVAC system. That's coming up at 9:45. They are talking food in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, who now has a South Carolina Gamecocks avatar, says back in the 90s, Dairy Queen had a cheeseburger with like a cheese sauce on it. And he says, I don't agree with anything Licks has to say except that there are 0 restaurants in St. Louis worth bragging about.
Oh.
So that's Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, and he now has a South Carolina Gamecocks avatar.
Okay.
It was an Alabama avatar last week. I don't know if he ever got around to the Mississippi State avatar. Jackson, that's
His
seems
loss.
like a coincidence.
Yeah, well, whatever. That's what I say.
Joining us right now to talk about that game, maybe for 30 to 40 seconds, is the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. They got a win. They needed to get the win. Jackson got a little disturbed by blowing a 15-point lead and making it a little closer than that had to be. Your takeaway?
I will give them a little bit of grace considering that one of their teammates was taken off the floor on a stretcher with 10:45 to go. Like you could, and Tio Barrett even admitted afterwards, like, yeah, that kind of hit me for a minute. It took them a little bit to recover, and then one of the best players in the league got hot in Josh Hubbard, and you combine those two things, and it got a little closer than necessary. But again, I think that was unique circumstances.
And they said in the postgame, I think Gates said, 9 times out of 10 that season ending. Was it for sure the knee?
Yeah, I mean, he immediately grabbed his left knee, and, nobody they're not going to say what it was because I'm sure they have to get an MRI and all that. And so they probably know by this point what it is, but I would be shocked if it's anything he can play with this year.
Yeah, and that poor kid, I mean, he got a lot of hype when he signed with Mizzou and battled some injuries along. It just hasn't gotten going for him yet.
Yeah, really too bad for him. And I mean, literally 15 seconds after a play that you go, hey, maybe that gets him going, right? Maybe he has a little bit of confidence now, because I think more than anything, it was probably mental with him, and just really kind of awful to see.
Apologize for asking the same tired question week after week, but what do the Tigers have to do now to try to get into the tournament? What would it take?
I mean, 5-4 gives them a decent shot. I don't know that it's a lock, but fans are acting like this is some disastrous season. They're in the top half of the SEC. They've beaten 3 teams above them in the standings. The schedule's not great, but it's not as big an anchor as I think a lot of people think. They've got games left against South Carolina, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, and Texas. If they can win those 4 games, now it's not going to be easy. 3 of them are on the road, but if they can beat those 4 teams, none of whom are particularly good teams, then they need to find one more between 2 against Arkansas, 1 against Vandy, 1 against Tennessee, and I don't know. There's one other game I'm missing in there, but
Texas A&M.
Yeah, A&M. So you need 1 or 2 good wins, and then 3 or 4 wins that, they won't be easy wins, but you look at those teams on the schedule. I mean, we just saw Mississippi State. They're not great. Oklahoma hasn't won in a month and a half, I think. South Carolina's struggled. There are winnable games. There is a path there to 10-8 or 11-7. Now, the flip side of that is this team's not great either, right? I mean, this entire league outside of maybe Florida and Vanderbilt is just kind of throw them in a hat on any given day.
Well,
Doug, you're sad about it. But I think don't you think that the barometer is always, though, if you're 500-ish in a power conference, that you're fine?
Mostly. I think if you were over 500, and look, the SEC is not what it's been. It's weird how similar this is to football. The top of the Big Ten is better than the top of the SEC. I don't think there's any argument there. I'm not sure there's an SEC team that you look at and go, I think they're capable of winning a national title. But 5 through 16, the SEC is, the 15th place team in the SEC can beat the second place team on any given day. And I'm not sure that's necessarily true of other leagues. So I don't know which one makes for a better conference, but Ken Pom still has this rated as the best conference in the country. So if you go 10-8 in that league, you finish in the top half, you give yourself a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I think the frustration is this team can beat Florida, they can beat Kentucky, and then they can get embarrassed by Bama or Illinois or struggle with some of the lesser teams. I just think it's not a disastrous season at all, but I would say it's a frustrating team.
I agree with that, and here is college basketball in a nutshell. Missouri beats Florida, Alabama beats Missouri by 26, Florida beats Alabama by 20. There is no transitive property in this sport. Any given day, and it's really just, hey, beat better than the other guy 5 more times.
I wonder if some of that is because the game has evolved to the point where you win or lose based on how well you shoot the three. And if you're hot one night, you can beat anybody, and if you're cold the next night, anybody can beat you.
And home court matters more in college basketball than in any other sport. The officiating changes based on where you're playing the game, and we continue to forget that these are 18 to 24-year-olds for the most part. I mean, who knows now, anybody can come back, but for the most part, they're 18 to 24-year-old kids, and it's just not as simple as program the robots to go out there and do the right thing, and the better team is always going to win. Like, nobody would ever watch if you just knew who was going to win in advance.
And they kind of alluded to the personal side of it in the postgame where they were saying, I forget which player said they took Ant Robinson out for lunch because the kids obviously have
Trent Pierce.
Yeah, but Robinson's having a disappointing year, so Pierce said, hey, we went to lunch. They are still just kids. And when they struggle, we scream at them on TV or in the arena, but they're still, for the most part, they're just kids. And Robinson's an example of somebody just having a down year.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens, right? We assume going into every year, we do this with every sport. Well, this guy was this year, so he's going to be this plus X next year. Everybody doesn't just get better every season, and everybody doesn't get better every game. Like Ant Robinson still may very well have a game this year with 20 points and 8 assists where you go, wow, that's the guy we thought we were going to see, and he's the reason Missouri won. But it hasn't happened a lot this season.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton. He joins us on Mondays and Fridays. Colonel, I know you're tending to some things away from Missouri this morning, so we'll get you out of here quickly. We appreciate the time. Hope everything is cool, and we'll talk again on Friday, brother.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
All right. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Gabe usually writes his 10 thoughts on a Monday morning, and I read that he was not going to be able to post it because he's tending to some things away from the Missouri beat. So I wanted to get him out quickly so he could do that. But that'll be posted later on this afternoon on Power Mizzou. Stu Durando does a great job covering the Billikens for, what is it, a Substack, right, Papers?
Stu on SLU.
There you go.
He also posted that his Substack was like the 5th fastest growing in the
Is
past
that right?
week, the past week or month. Yeah.
Wow, tip of the cap. Billiken fans getting on board, and he's building. Good for him.
I mean, the timing's great for him because you've been plugging away doing this, covering that beat for a while, then going out on your own and doing it.
Yep.
And it's nice to get a team that's worthy of the attention.
Well, on his Substack and now his Twitter account, he posted that Robbie Aviola is ill. He is going to travel with the team. Many Billikens have been getting sick. Last Tuesday night, who was out? Dunlap and Josh Schertz's son, right? There have been these illnesses that they've been dealing with.
He's talked about that.
And he talked about it on the show. Coach Schertz did. So Stu Durando reporting that Avila missed practice yesterday with an illness that has hit several Billikens in recent weeks. He is expected to travel for the game at Davidson tomorrow, but St. Louis University is prepared to go without him if necessary.
Davidson is a middle-of-the-pack team in the A-10, 5-4 conference, 13-8 overall. I think they could beat him without Avila. You'd want to have him for sure, but I think they, as well as they're playing right now, I think they could beat him without Avila.
I've got some weird concern about this game, so I hope my concern will be put to rest.
Coming off an emotional high, Doug, a rival, and you just stomped them, and everybody's throwing flowers at you now. That's when the coach gets worried.
Yeah, well, I think they'll handle Davidson nonetheless.
Can we circle back to Jackson wearing a Billiken jersey? Sell out! Either way, I got cash on Illinois to win it all. That's from the stay-at-home Sage daddy.
Oh.
Yeah, I wore a Billiken jersey. It was at Billiken's game.
It should have been white, though.
But they gave me a black one.
Which is pretty close to what the other team was wearing.
Ooh.
Well, close, but no cigar. We were sitting just a few rows behind Dr. Chaffetz.
Yeah.
He wasn't wearing white.
See how it is.
Wow.
Well, he owns the place.
Just unbelievable.
So if the guy who owns the place isn't wearing white, I don't think it's a big deal.
I feel like
I was also wearing white. I had a hoodie underneath.
Oh, did you?
But he might have a little more leeway than you, said fan.
Is that right? You can't even say that without a big grin on your face.
You're holding yourself to the same standard as the guy who's building has his name on it.
Yeah. Oh, I know it.
Do better.
Oh.
Is that how the text works?
Yeah.
No, it's just disappointing is all.
How about Dayton, the team? I didn't know this at the time, and we got there. I had texted with Chairman Kurt earlier, and we're talking about what time we're going to get down there. I said, we'll be lucky to make it opening tip. We sat down just in time for the introductions, but I didn't see it. Stu Durando again, had the video. Before the national anthem, the Dayton team went over.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
And kind of, I guess, was like a mean mugging and chirping the Billiken players.
They took a really long time in their huddle before the anthem. SLU starts to walk out for the anthem, as they normally do. This is their home court. They know timing-wise when they should walk out there. And it didn't seem like Dayton was too interested in hustling back to their bench to go also take the floor for the anthem.
Well, and Schertz said they were trying to kind of intimidate us. Trey Green talked about how they were talking smack. I'm like, is that really on the road against a team that's pretty good? I don't know if I would try that maneuver.
I believe it was Green who said afterwards he was glad that they did it because they knew at that moment that they were in their head. That, if you got to play that card, then, all right, you're already trying desperate, hackneyed measures. Martin, Jim Haslett, former coach of the Saints and then became Rams coach. When the Saints came here and beat the storied Rams, he said, well, they were running flea flickers and bullcrap plays. So once we saw them doing that, we knew we had them. So it's one of those things. It's like in college football. Oh, they started running fake punts. They knew that they were inferior. They had to do that crap. Lends itself to that thought process that Trey Green talked about afterwards.
But I like the flea flickers.
I was listening to the post game afterwards, and Earl Austin was saying the moment he saw that happen, he knew that SLU was going to run away with that game.
I was obsessed with Anthony Grant because he appeared comatose as everything was happening, and you're just so used to coaches being banty and yelling at the ref on every play, yelling at the team. He literally had his arms folded and just watched, but he was standing and just like observing this annihilation. He was very stoic.
So one thing, and I doubt the cameras caught this, but I happened to be watching when it happened. Dayton had a player pick up their second foul really early in the game in St. Louis University. Keontae Jones, if I'm not mistaken, picked up his second foul really early in the game. A Dayton assistant goes down immediately, just like it's understood. You pick up a second foul, I think it was within 5 minutes, and SLU's already up huge. Goes to get him, to put him in the game, and Grant put up his hand like this. And what that told me, and I could be wrong, is he's like, we're in for it.
Yeah.
And we kind of know.
We got to stop the bleeding now.
We can't pull him. And it was either Jones or
we can't
Simon.
risk going down further.
Exactly.
If he gets a foul, he gets a foul.
What's the point of taking him out if we're going to be down 30?
Exactly. That's what it was. Now, eventually, I think there might have been a timeout, and then they did pull him. But that was so noticeable to me because it's an instant thing. 5 minutes, a guy picks up a star, picks up his second foul, he's gone. And he put up the hand, and I'm like, oh, he knows he's in for it tonight, and it might not matter. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the show. And this week, Jackson will give you a text inbox name if you politely request one, but that ends Friday at 11 o'clock. Then you got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The showdown takes place in 15 minutes between Buck Swope and Al in Dadeville. Everybody else is competing for tickets to that Blues alumni experience, courtesy of Sunset Hills Subaru, for Mardi Gras on Saturday, February 15th. Jackson, do you go down to Mardi Gras?
I'll probably do some, yeah.
Oh, is that right? You going to take your shirt off and show everybody the breast drawn on your back?
Oh.
Yeah, only if the boat drinks are flowing.
So there's a chance.
Yeah, well, who would draw them? You?
Clip that off.
I thought they were already on there.
No.
Really nice.
Isn't Soulard where David Klein did his performance?
That is correct.
gosh.
Zombie. That was 2012, Martin. Producer Joe accosted me, nearly assaulted me. But David Klein was singing Zombie, Dolores O'Riordan, and the Cranberries. That's correct. Jackson, I think you're going to be down in Jupetown.
That's right. Yeah.
So you won't be able to. So you can
Well,
go topless on the beach and show your back breasts.
Well, don't we leave Sunday, don't we, Doug? Don't you and I leave Sunday?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Martin and I go down there early. We're flying private.
Right.
On Lix's plane.
But nobody told me you were going to be showing your back breasts.
Yeah, well, maybe you'll show up then. Try and entice
Would be
you
a
to come
treat.
out.
Email the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day coming up in 15 minutes to TMA 101 ESPN.
Great spot for lunch, happy hour, meeting your friends, watching the game. That is, of course, the Village Bar, located in De Pere on Manchester, just off 270. If you haven't been, check it out. Village Bar, best cheeseburger in town, reasonably priced. Great menu on top of that. The salads, chef salads, one of my favorites. Waffle fries, the wings, all the food's great. And they have 1879 Distilling. That's in the barn, out back. And on Saturdays from noon to 5, make plans to stop by to take in or check out the tasting room, open from noon to 5 on Saturday. Tasting room is connected to the Village Bar, just a little bit to the east, in the same building there. Really a cool spot, a little bit like a speakeasy, also a gift shop. Noon to 5, it's open on Saturdays. And when you're at the Village Bar, order that drink with their products, Red Barn Vodka, 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, award-winning spirits that are being made right outside in the barn. It's 1879distilling.com for the great website. They'll tell you the whole story. Order it by name next time you are at the Village Bar.
Doug, we're going to have temperatures in the 40s today.
I would like that very much.
Snow's going to start to melt. Maybe some precipitation, but it'll be of the rain variety tomorrow. And that'll start to pelt that snow with a little warmer temperatures. The snow's going to start to go away. Got temperatures in the 60s in the forecast next week. And then you start thinking about the Masties. And then you're ball striking outside. You're compressing the ball. Look at that beaver pelt that you're drawing with your compression.
Beaver pelt?
Yeah, because I know you only play bent grass. And look at that. Oh, look at the divot Doug just created.
Okay.
With that strike. Sundresses come out. Here come the Cardinals. They've won 7 games.
And then, Doug, you come in on Monday and you say, yeah, I played over the weekend. Oh, the 12th hole on my second shot.
Right.
Boy, I just...
Yeah, let's pull up video.
I didn't quite get under it.
Get the beaver pelt.
I was having a great round, but... and let me tell you about 13.
Yeah,
Doug,
let's talk about 13.
Because I got into the sand there, and you know how that it kind of dips down there? Like, okay. And, oh, boy. But I ended up, though, the 17th, I got off the tee, and like,
nice.
Okay, well, I really...
don't need to hear it. It's
I
like
gotta
hearing about somebody's fantasy team.
Oh, the Prime Ministers?
Yeah.
My favorite hole in the property.
Okay.
Jackson, would you rather the Mizzou Tigers make the Sweet 16 or the CFP the next 2 seasons?
CFP the next 2 seasons.
Didn't even hesitate.
Yeah. 2 seasons of awesome regular season football leading into a CFP.
I think they're trying to gauge your college basketball love of the Tigers versus your college football.
And I absolutely love the Tigers with all my heart basketball version, but 2 trips to the CFP means 2 full, awesome regular seasons. That's not even a question.
Yeah, from my standpoint. Now, you sit there and go, okay, Missouri wins a college basketball national championship, or then 2 CFPs.
I'll take the natty. I'll take cutting down the nets.
That's what I'm saying.
In
So
college
JD
games.
in the Central West End, it's a good idea. You didn't have a good one.
Yeah, Sweet 16. That's obtainable.
Rework the question, son.
Yeah,
that's obtainable. But college natty. But if you're asking me, would I rather see them win the national championship in basketball or football? As much as it would be just one of the greatest thrills of my life to see them win in basketball, it'd be better for the university if it was football.
Would you want them to win the national championship in football if it meant you were going to get audited by the IRS?
Yes, but I know I have Mark Milton by my side, so
that's exactly who you'd have. He'd step in.
We watched 2 pros perform their craft right there, Martin.
Yeah, this is what we worked on Friday night.
And he's ILL and SLU. What a combo.
Yeah, he is both. But mostly he's taxes and people who have tax problems, not just preparing your returns. Sure, his staff can do that for you. But what he really specializes in is getting you out of trouble if something has gone wrong with your tax paying over the past few years. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments now. You could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Very serious stuff. And Mark Milton can help you out. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now, he's on the other side. He helps individuals and small businesses solve any tax problems that they have. If you've got any kind of IRS issue at all, Mark Milton is the guy you need to know. His website again, stltaxlawyer.com. And you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. Yes, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Well, it's here, boys. Next segment on your Polos Plus dossier is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Buck Swope, Allen Dadeville. Somebody is about to win a $10,000 HVAC system. I don't know who.
No, I don't.
I just know Jackson is catching hell. That's what I know.
Yeah, somehow, some way.
It's coming, Doug. It's coming up. We can't avoid.
He's got it coming.
We can't avoid this moment in time with Buck Swope against Allen Dadeville and somebody winning a $10,000 HVAC system. It has arrived. The emails will be read in the next segment on the Polos Plus dossier. It's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That Polos Plus is glorious. Have you boys gotten any of your stuff yet? I got mine.
I ordered. I'm waiting.
Mine's
oh,
in
you're right.
transit.
That's your stuff, Chairman? Is that right?
Yeah, and just expedited too. I think I ordered it on Thursday and it showed up on Friday.
Oh,
Just
tip of the
unbelievable.
cap.
Really?
1 day later?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so I ordered stuff, and Andrew Hubbard, big TMA listener, who is with Polos Plus, and I said, hey, I think the logo is a little, Doug, the circumference, do you mind that term? Circumference
I'll let it go.
is a little large on the TMA logo. I think it'd look better if it was a little bit smaller, but I already got it with the larger logo. I come home, and there's a package on the doorstep, and sure enough, he had sent new merchandise with the smaller logo.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Including the famed logo with the blue background, the red, white, and blue, because this show is America, brother. This show is America.
This show is America, brother.
Yep. It's Polos Plus. If you have a small or medium-sized business, work with Polos Plus. And it's not just like, okay, we're going to get some crap shirt or hoodie and then throw your logo on it. No. Polos Plus offers brands like Carr, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour. The list goes on and on. Go to polosplus.com. You're going to see it for yourself. They are a local company. The family has been in business for 3+ decades in the area. Go to polosplus.com. You can upload your logo, take 10% off with the code TMA. If you have questions, you want to talk to Andrew directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA. And now the sponsor of the dossier in 2026, as Stiefel is now the sponsor of the studios on the program. Coming up, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the showdown for the $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills when you go to igotfloored.com. The 3 St. Louis area locations are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. The business continues to grow here in St. Louis over 3+ decades because employees love working for Michael. They feel like family. He makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring. Just come in, talk to them. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Did you initially think this was the Alphaville version, and then you just heard Hove, so you knew it was different?
Exactly.
2009.
What, you reading my mind?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Did you have a problem with how quickly Jackson faded out of it?
Boy,
I played that one. I just wanted the chorus. I think that was the explicit version, so I didn't want Hove to get into his verse.
Already had one S.
Already had a rough start.
Yeah, I got a meeting with my kids tonight about Chapel Roan's Gown and Jackson playing the S word at 7:58 today.
Do you have like a family dossier that you put down? Like, hey kids, remember we have this meeting
while we watch Eastbound and Down.
Yeah, right.
Tim has the White Castle dossier.
I got a sponsorship.
He sponsored his family dossier. By the way, clarification on music, we were talking maybe 2-3 hours ago, whatever it was. The Grammys, a couple of people texted in. So you have album of the year, speaks for itself, the entire album. The difference between record of the year and song of the year. The song recognizes the writers. So the song that was well written, whatever. And then the record is actually the entire entity of it.
There
right?
you go.
It was a big hit, etc. But song of the year is about the writing.
Now I'm just thinking about having like parts of your everyday life sponsored, but for no one to hear. You know, like dinner is brought to you by X company, and you have to say it before you do it, before you eat. You know, I like that idea. You get your whole life subsidized.
DRJ-RB9TQ is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, can we please at least address the elephant in the room? Chairman Kurt, are you monitoring the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? We are happy to address anything. What is the issue? I don't know. I hadn't been looking at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. What's going on? We should have a float at Mardi Gras? We'll be in Jupiter, so we wouldn't be available. Otherwise, I'd love getting down there.
I kind of detached from the YouTube chat.
Is that right? I thought you interact.
I do. I meant momentarily. I hadn't really been in there momentarily. So I'm not 100% sure what they're talking about.
DRJ-RB9TQ?
Surprisingly, I have no clue what that means. None.
Says the elephant in the room.
What is the elephant?
I don't know. We're happy to. That a fat joke?
That a fat joke.
The comment above it may shed some light.
Free Kevin Miller. Jackson, you want to address?
Yeah, I spoke with Kevin Miller on Friday.
What did he
Famed
say?
texter.
Famed texter and emailer into this
program. He uses different names for his emails, which makes it hard to track.
And what did he say?
He seemed to be content with the situation at hand. He's excited for the Buck Swope Allen Dadeville email the day showdown. Doesn't seem to be upset by any margin. Had a real good conversation with Kevin Miller. I wanted to apologize that I said I had spoken to him before actually speaking to him. I was more referencing in years past when he's done this. But I did speak with him, and all is well.
But he had people, some of whom have been on this program before.
I don't know all the
contacting him
details.
saying that he needed to raise hell about what you did with your email accounting?
Yeah, I did. Again, I don't know all the details about it. Didn't really care to ask. Just wanted to get his take on it and make sure he was all good, and he is. Because he's a great listener who we appreciate not only listening but being engaging and emailing in and also being a fine American. So big shout out to Kevin Miller.
Okay.
So there you go. If that's the elephant in the room, I believe it's been addressed.
Is there a chance that, let's see, what else? Oh, DRJ, he says Kevin Miller.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
So DRJ-RB9TQ. First time I've seen him in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Probably the last.
If it helps, we're going to send him an oscillating fan.
So he's upset about it, though, Jackson.
Okay, that's nice. People can be upset. I get it. But again, I've spoken to the man, and he is not upset. So unfortunately, that's where my jurisprudence starts and ends.
Okay, there you go, Doug.
All right, so we settled that.
Yeah.
But there are people who are not Kevin Miller wanting Kevin Miller to be upset.
Right. Odd, I think. But, that's life, man.
That's life, man, Doug.
It's just the weird little idiosyncrasies that make this world hum.
So Jackson had a conversation with Kevin Miller on Friday regarding what has been called the elephant in the room by DJR95PTQ. And Jackson just talked about it. If there's any other elephants in the room, please share them via the text inbox or the YouTube chat. But now it's time, Doug. It's just time.
Is it time now?
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to read the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for February 2nd, 2026. And then and then we'll have that vote. And then we will read the ones from Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville. For those of you just tuning in, they finished in a tie in the month of January. And so today, a sudden death playoff for the greatest promotion in this show's history. Seth Goldcamp giving away a $10,000 HVAC system. One of them is going to win that, and we'll announce that winner coming up at 10:55. Jackson, it's time. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Well, here's Beer Cats. Okay. Fraud. I hate to use that word, but here we are. Isn't it convenient that Libby Pagan said Kevin Miller knows that he has to use the same name for all of his emails? Why is it that you ask? Because when Jackson Ocasio-Cortez handpicked the finalists for Emailer of the Year in 2022, Martin, have you listened to 2022?
I've not gotten that far into the show. I'm still new. We'll get to that.
In 2022, none other than Ellen Foley and her cast of characters all qualified as one emailer. An award as prestigious as Emailer of the Year allowed a guy using different names, but toss out some HVAC system and the rules change. I bet if it wasn't Kevin Miller, but it was sweet my or Herb, old Jackie Behar would tweak those rules. But like most with his political leanings, Whoopi Burkett just keeps moving the goalposts.
It's a really funny bit of just putting my name with popular liberals.
I like it.
No, yeah, I'm sure.
Is that our first Whoopi Burkett reference?
Yeah, no, it's creative.
Doug, that's from Beer Cats.
Yeah, Daniel Coffey over there.
Beer Cats.
Hate to nitpick.
That was good.
No, they don't. They love to nitpick.
This esteemed program known for journalistic integrity and timely breaks, but y'all butchered that Sadie Hawkins this morning. Maybe a group huddle pre-show with some loud chanting and bro hugs would set this group up for success. TMA all the way. These airwaves don't play. We are TMA. Maybe a dry run or dry rub would season this program with an air of respectability and a sense of preparation. Keep pouring in the effort, boys. It'll all pay off one day. Hats off, Buck and Al, for the strong February and for reaching the peak of email greatness. By the way, Dadeville really is banjo-twanging, middle of nowhere, Missouri. Enjoy your HVAC. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Hey, radio boys. So the overgrown gerbil saw a shadow this morning. 6 more weeks of winter. How the hell did we make a rodent the most important forecaster in the world? He can't roll his sleeves up when the flurries are in the outlook. He can't force a run on French toast ingredients at the store. It's not like he has a fake Doppler radar in his Section 8 closet. We had to wear coats to a January basketball game. We know it's winter, rat. I hope Puxatawny Phil ends up taking a long winter nap that never ends on the interstate. It's from Brad in Boca.
Wow. Brad in Boca.
Sometimes, at the end of the show, I sit back in my work chair, ready to start my day. Even though I have been there for 3.5 hours. I find myself feeling like Cher at the Grammys. It's a combination of satisfaction and confusion. So humble brag Jackie just has too many friends to actually go out with the people or even the listeners after a big SLU win. No wonder the dais offers people's jobs rather than socializing with them at a dinner that was promoted as a major prize. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of using other people's social media posts to get more engagement for my personal grudges.
Shooter McGavin.
My body is not exactly a temple. It's not like in the movies. There's no magic reset button at rock bottom. The only difference between me and Sonny Bono is that I'm still going downhill. Doug, that's from Midge.
Oh, God, that was bad.
Too soon.
Way too soon. Midge.
Been, what, 30 years?
The TMA fan page, my friends. This venerated online community of whites who post the same story because they can't take 2 seconds to organize the feed by new posts have always been a special sort. Once upon a time, you could count on its most prolific member, a wine-drunk, puffy-faced window washer, to down a bottle of Boone's Farm, then spam the page with Grateful Dead videos while falling asleep in his pee-stained girdle. But, baby, we've advanced. You know that one mom who posts too much about her child's 10U soccer team?
Just one?
Well, she's on the fan page, and she has a fundraiser. And the sex-starved cretins of the fan page who haven't seen a woman's breast since the smut site started asking for age verification are not biting. There hasn't been this much desperation since Captain Savastrode pumped fan pinners to tip a stone-faced caddy that spent an entire day on a golf cart and did nothing. Pedal your fundraiser elsewhere, gal.
Oh.
Regards, that's from Dad's quote-unquote business partner. What does that imply?
I don't know, but it's strong.
Dad's quote-unquote business partner. He's new.
Hashtag support the sponsors testimonial. Just wanted to reach out and say I loved the 8-hour TMA all day rerunning of Alive Magazine's Most Beautiful People segment. Jackson, you reran an 8-hour segment.
Maybe my memory is no good, but I don't recall.
As a guy who spends most days in my jammies, it's nice to feel represented. Because of this segment, I now read Alive Magazine whenever I see it sitting out. Arby's counter, Recplex lobby, vape shop bathroom. And I'll say this, it's motivating in a very specific way. You hear, quote, most beautiful people and think you might have to reassess some things. And then you open it and realize you're not behind at all if this is if this is the best St. Louis to have to offer. It really drives home how attainable attractiveness is around here once you see what's making a cut. The people featured don't make you feel insecure or challenged. Quite the opposite. It's more of a quiet confidence boost, like Lunch Pail Beauty, and it plays perfectly on your morning drive show. You are already listening to sports takes that haven't changed in 10 years of the rotating cast of guys who are funny enough to just kind of mail it in for the remaining years of a dying business model.
Whoa.
That hurt.
Whoa.
Damn.
Doug, if it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's a strike, it's a strike.
Okay.
Then you get a beauty segment that matches the demographic perfectly. Low pressure, low expectations, very forgiving. So, yeah, I support it. I read it under fluorescent lights at the Circuit City return line. I nod that I put it back so the next guy can get the same reassurance that he's closer than he thought without having to change a thing. Appreciate you guys keeping beauty realistic for this town. Proud to support just by picking the magazine up and putting it back down. That's from Marty Dunkelman, Sharkle House line cook.
Marty Dunkelman?
Yeah, he's a Sharkle
House line cook.
All right, so that is for February 2nd, 2026. And the Blues Alumni Experience, courtesy of Sunset Hills Subaru, for Saturday, February 14th at the Mardi Gras Parade. This is the showdown between Buck Swope and Allen Dadeville. And, Doug, you do not want the names read.
Well, don't you think that might make it a little more fair?
I'm happy. I'm happy to do whatever.
We're voting on number 1 and number 2?
Here we go. Okay. It is time. This is a showdown. And then we will vote a secret ballot, announce the winner at 10:55. One of these two emails and their author is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system courtesy of Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Jackson, the music, please. Rest in peace, Catherine O'Hara. Maybe now film bitch will finish watching Best in Show. Keep them up. You know, you talk about the Email of the Month tournament and you talk about Allen Dadeville, who's going the distance like Rocky Balboa in a Shishawali competition that seemingly will never end. And you talk about Hunchback from Vaughn Castle, who had 0 wins but is rooting for me to lose so that I'll burn down Hubbard. And you talk about Kevin Milla, who accumulated 3 wins at 3 different names. Ali Vidinya, Ayla, Faye, Niel, and Chef Boyardee, but never made any stink except to dispute Libby Jack's assertion that he's been told about this. And you talk about the sexually frustrated haters on the TMA subreddit pleasuring themselves to ChatGPT's analysis of the official rules. Hold on, there's a ChatGPT analysis of the rules?
That wouldn't surprise me.
And you talk about Buck Swope, who actually bothered to read the official rule, which states, in the event of a tie, the TMA staff will review each winning email of the day received during the contest period from all tying finalists to select the finalists with the consistently best overall emails of the day. Hey, Doug, you want to come over after the show and re-listen to all the emails?
No, I don't.
I'd like to be there for that.
Better call Thompson Coburn. And you talk about Carlos Spicy Wiener, who predicted this exact scenario would happen. Email today, it's just a BS acronym. So, or EMOTD, it's just a BS acronym. So you go on and stamp your forms, Sonny, and stop wasting my time. Because tell you the truth, I don't give an S. That's from, well, I can't say it.
No. Emailer number 1.
And his competitor. And these are both gentlemen.
So we're voting for 1 or 2 here, right? We're
Correct.
writing down 1 or 2.
Please, no more confusion. Tim is reading 2 emails here at the end.
Right.
Yes.
Of these 2,
here comes the second
pick one winner.
Right.
Nice, Martin. That was exact. Indeed, Doug. I have to imagine this is now officially the most ROI Design Air has gotten out of sponsoring this show since Iggy draped the high-vis XXL Design Air shirt over the bushes outside Roger Dean Stadium. Look how far you guys have come. From receiving W-2s that likely had gift cards listed as taxable income to expired Cardinals tickets to Jay Jr. giving out $5.90 of his own money. Here we are. Not to humble brag, but I recently had to attend a kid's birthday party at the indoor pool in the Wentzville territories. And my God, when those doors flew open in the pool, I cannot unsee what I witnessed. Not a single person had just one chin.
Oh.
Breakfast Mountain Dews strewn about. There are breakfast Mountain Dews?
Anytime's good for Mountain Dew.
Fat rolls on parts of the human body I didn't know existed. Some of the swim shirts featured phrases like lions, not sheep. You'd probably assume some were 30A branded. Nope. A handful that were 2A in nature instead. I had 2 people ask me if the device on my wrist was doctor prescribed to monitor my A1C. I said no, it's called a Whoop. And honestly, didn't really see the need to go into more detail. Fortunately, I've been to TMA Lives in the past and used to regularly attend Cardinal games. So I was somewhat prepared for the scene. But nothing really prepares you to watch a gentleman waddle over to his swim bag, discreetly grab a bar of soap, return to the pool, and give his armpits a light lathering when the lifeguards weren't looking.
No.
Truly amazing stuff. That's from Alan Dadeville. Side note, can we get an APB on Chairman Steve? Haven't heard from him in a while, and I'm a Steve Lemming. I once told him at the fan page CC that he and caller Ellen are like TMA's mom and dad, to which he said it kind of feels like it since he has to sit through her boring stories and he doesn't get to sleep with her.
No.
I miss you, Steve. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Okay, so much for disguising the name.
Well, when Buck Swope wrote Alan Dadeville in the first one, I thought the cat was out of the bag.
Probably.
All right, so with that established, we will announce the winners of both today's competition and the $10,000 HVAC showdown coming up. It's all sponsored by Design Air at 10:55. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TM 811 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The NFL announced this morning that it will continue to play regular season games in Madrid and keep it at Real Madrid's Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jam alert. Did you see Clips' reunion last night in papers?
Whose reunion?
Clips.
No, I didn't watch like any of the Grammys.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
what are you
I'm
watching?
not a Grammys guy. Little hoop rock, some good ball on, good NBA hoops on. Lakers.
You see the way the Pistons put it on the nets?
Yeah, Lakers and Knicks. I was watching that.
I watched the Winter Classic. It was a great game.
Was it?
Tampa fell right 5-1, came back to win. Big goalie fight. They had everything in that game.
I saw that the Lightning came into the stadium wearing full Buccaneers helmet and pads and uniforms.
Oh, I missed that.
With Baker Mayfield leading them in a Lightning uniform.
That's awesome because Tampa Bay is supporting Tampa Bay as opposed to like supporting another city
the
whose
Jags.
owner then like played a role in voting against your city keeping your NFL team.
Yeah. And we had
That's awesome then. Therefore, that's awesome.
Yeah. And we had a guest one time who fell into Tampa Bay.
Doug, that was Lana Rhodes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she fed, but that's easy to happen. You could be walking and tripping. James Carlton's in studio. Doug, the Stiefel Studios here.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James. How are you?
Well, good morning. Yeah, these studios have got an upgrade since the Stiefel sponsorship.
Yeah,
Looking good.
that's the thing.
Looking
the show,
good.
you know this, though. The show's old money.
Yes.
It's an old money show. James Carlton, 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. I'm a client now. You got little Jackie Papers on the roster. You got Jamie
very
Rivers.
grateful.
You got BK, and now you got little Jackie Papers.
Don't forget about KG behind us.
Oh, Chairman Kurt.
Long
I didn't know
time
you were a client.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Yes,
There you
we're
go.
grateful for all the TMA listeners
God
out there.
bless
Thank you so
America.
much.
How are the insurance? Are they great?
Yes, the insurance is great. You know what? I think when it warms up is when the pipes start popping a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then we're in pop piping season then because it's going to warm up.
Yep, and that's what I'm a little anxious about. But so far, we've only had a handful of frozen pipes over the last week, which is good.
Listeners have questions for you.
Okay.
You weren't even asking. I know you, though. You'll be happy to answer them.
Not like Doug, yes.
Yeah, Doug does not take questions
I'm
on the
so
show.
busy.
Hey, James, if you were given a shirt to wear at a whiteout game, would you wear it or would you go out of your way to wear something the opposite color, very similar to the opponent's colors? Thanks. That's from Big Tuft.
So I did hear you wore the black jersey.
You sure did.
What was given to you, though?
White.
But what are you talking about? Like
somebody said that you were gifted a white outfit.
No. I was gifted a black
La Fama
jersey.
Blanca.
I was gifted a black jersey. On the seats at the ball game, there were white shirts. I opted to stay with the black jersey that was given to me by the wonderful athletic department at SLU.
Well, I'm kind of a stickler when they do that tiger stripe. I make sure I'm wearing the right color. So
Sure.
So you're pissed at Jackson?
I would have had white on.
Okay.
Yes, to answer
I did have
the
white
question.
under it.
What about Ken Doug? What was he wearing?
A gray. A
these
gray. I have an email here, though, from Chris May. You guys
Chris May has sent you an email regarding this issue?
This is what he sent me on Tuesday. That's January the 27th, Tim.
Yeah.
2026. Jackson, we look forward to seeing you in your Billikens jersey. Roll Bills.
Wow.
Okay.
What a moment.
Yeah. Checkmate, mate.
Wow. Big Tuft. What is your response to that?
Sorry, when the AD calls, I answer.
Look at that.
I would have thought maybe you could have paraded around pregame with the jersey on, and then when the game started, be like everyone else and slide the white T-shirt on.
Doug's not hearing it.
Well, much like Alan Dadeville's swim shirts he witnessed, lions are not sheep, I'm a lion, not a sheep.
Gotcha.
I stand out, not stand up.
It was a blowout W. Let's give Jackson some credit here. That's from the 314.
Right, because I had a big hand in that. But my work really led to SLU shooting an ungodly number
They
from
shoot
three.
67%?
They at one point, their 3-point percentage was better than their free throw percentage by like a considerable margin.
They wound up shooting.
And they didn't shoot poorly from the line either.
61% from three.
Yeah,
65.
you're just not losing games shooting
What did
that
Green
number.
have, 7 or 8?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, was he on fire.
Cooking.
Yes. Fun guy to watch. It's a fun team to watch.
Teams is fun to watch.
Great looking stroke, too, man.
Doug, great looking stroke.
It was. Green hit 7 out of 10. Sharma hit 6 out of 8 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Those are Steph Curry numbers or better.
Yes.
How about this? James, I mean, you might as well. We could all leave. Chairman Kurt and I have a sound story here at 11:15, so I can go get ready for that. How about this? Listener Lori here, Doug. Once again, another female.
I don't know about that.
After weeks of listening to James talk about the lowest rates, we called and were amazed at the savings on home and auto. We are now saving over $2,100, and we're going to be in the office later to finalize everything with Bob. Thank you, Listener Lori. How about
Okay,
this?
let's go, Listener Lori. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
This show at this point, I think it's 80% females listening.
I don't know.
We do get calls from females, Doug. I can confirm, okay?
Not that listen to this show.
Absolutely. That's the only reason they're calling us is because they listen to this program.
Because their husband told them they had to.
No, because they're attracted to us.
I don't know. I think the husband heard it, and like most households, the wife is the one who gets everything done, so she makes the call.
That's true. Hey, Doug, I know you're kind of upset about all the participation trophies they're handing out to kids these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, my 6-year-old, we're participating in the Pinewood Derby on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God,
And,
Dante's Inferno.
I did that when I was a kid. My dad and I are just not very handy. I don't think our car finished the race. Like, that's how poor it was, okay?
No. Doesn't it just go down
I wasn't
a
like
ramp?
doing cartwheels when he wanted to enroll in the Scouts. And the good news is my wife is incredibly handy because she gets it from her dad.
Really?
And so she goes all out on not only the construction of it, but the design. And he shows pretty well in these races. But he's 6, and they're doing the trophy ceremony afterwards, and he's standing up there, and they're handing out first, second, third, whatever. And you can see the disappointment on his face. Like the kid's just about to have a breakdown.
Oh, no.
And then all of a sudden, we have one more for the best design. And my wife's got an art background, so it did look like a pretty slick car. George Carlton. And you've never seen a kid get happy. He slept with this little trophy, Doug.
Really?
So, you know, all those people that are all, hey, we shouldn't give out trophies to little kids. I mean, this made his life. And maybe now it's going to get him into sports, which I'm desperately trying to get him on board with some team competition. And maybe he'll get another trophy down the road. So I was really happy to see that. You've never seen this kid happier than that. He reminds me of Joe Pesci in Home Alone toward the end when he's just going, you know, he's just always like angry and like kind of like screaming things to himself. This was the happiest George that I'd seen.
Did he actually design the car, or was it someone else?
But no, he designed it with a little help from his mom, who's got a lot of art knack to her. So no, that was great.
Yeah, some of these guys show up with cars that look like the engineers at Boeing just got finished with them. And say, sure, my second grader did it.
Well, the video that everybody watches, and I'm forgetting the guy's name, but he is a retired engineer from NASA. I mean, this is the go-to Pinewood Derby YouTube video floating out there.
Guys, my nephew won the Pinewood Derby this past weekend in all 4 heats. His name is Henry. That's
nice.
314.
So there's going to be a lot of flexes now in the Pinewood Derby. But a nice redemption for the Carlton family that, I was scarred by that.
Oh, yeah.
From 25, 30 years ago. And Tim,
the
I feel
wheels
like
can come off if you don't get
ours
in there.
Yeah, ours hung in there thanks to my wife. But Tim, I think I let you down with my QFTA question last week, so I'm going to bounce back.
No, no, you didn't let me down. We never got to it
because it didn't have your synopsis firing. So I got to regroup. I got to regroup.
It wasn't in my email folder. So when I sit down and I start doing it, I see all the YouTube questions. Then I already got the emails up in front of me. I was looking forward to discussing it. Did we talk about it on the air?
No, but we don't have to.
Okay.
It was just something I was thinking.
No, I like it. I'm looking forward to discussing it.
It's just a little anecdote I had from my background growing up.
I find it to be interesting. I do.
And then the new one, and I will email it in. Okay. But, you're a local broadcast hero, so everybody holds you up in this highest esteem. But...
Jackson's clapping too.
With A-list athletes back in the day, getting interviewed by Roy Firestone, you gotta be vulnerable sometimes. So I'd be curious, what is the most embarrassing moment that Tim McKernan's had, either in his personal or professional life? And I have a few examples if you need some reassurance.
Well, I mean, I'm already thinking of some now. You're talking professionally because I immediately
whatever
go
you're willing to share on the air.
Yeah, I immediately go personally. Oh, there's some like it makes my heart I physically feel my heart skip a beat when I start to think about it.
See, that's what the audience needs that from you.
Yeah, I'm happy to share.
They need
so you already have some of my most embarrassing.
I was thinking about it on the way here. No, myself, not for yourself. No, I can't think of anything you've ever done wrong, Tim.
Oh,
no, come on. No, but kind of Plowsy-esque. Back, let's call it 2008-ish. I was at the Funny Bone in Westport.
Oh, you did a routine?
No, I was there as a spectator.
Oh.
And I tell my buddy afterwards, I'm like, I got this bit rolling around in my head. I think I can kill it. We go to the train wreck next door. Little did I know, he's talking to the bartender or manager, and he's saying, hey, I got this comedian in town. When your band goes to break, he'd like to try out some new material. Little did I know, all of a sudden it's like, James Carlton, come on up. I'm at a non-comedy club now.
Oh, no.
These people all think I'm a traveling stand-up comedian.
Oh, no.
And I go up there and just bomb.
Oh.
Just bomb.
My palms are sweating for you now, 20
that
years
was
later.
an unbelievable, embarrassing moment. Because, in your head, you think you have this funny idea, but when you have to get in front of a group of people, as Plowsy can attest, a little bit tougher to deliver that. So that would be up there for me.
Oh.
So some of those things to get the wheels going for the next QFTA.
Yeah, no, you're so good. You and Timmy recap. So when you guys,
he'll send you a book.
But they're great. He
Yes.
always apologizes for it, but they're so good. They're so thoughtful. That's why I love doing that podcast. You can elaborate, and it's not really sports. I mean, sometimes it's sports, but yeah, you guys get these questions. Yeah, I have some. I mean, everybody does. I would imagine, but like where your palms start sweating. But when I think about mine, like my heart skips a beat. Yeah. God, ooh, yeah. Jackson, it's going to be a dark QFTA this week. It's going to be a dark QFTA. Settle in for 6 hours of darkness on QFTA. James, we always love having you in, and I love that listener Lori, it sounds like she's headed to the office today. Jamie Rivers, Brandon Kiley, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett, and myself, clients of James Carlton, 314-961-4800. And for those who have not, carltoninsurance.net, when you talk about this automotive rate and the reason why so many people are switching, I know you'll be able to say it better than I would. Why is it, and what is going on?
Well, there's a whole new pricing model they rolled out a year ago, and they feel that they have perfected the matching the risk to price. And so all of a sudden we're seeing these pretty meaningful rate decreases. And for all the current TMA listeners, I just want to reiterate this. If you're a current client of ours, you should see that at your upcoming renewal, whenever that might be, because your cars renew twice a year. But anybody out there that's not with us or with State Farm in general, we'd love an opportunity at carltoninsurance.net, or call or text 314-961-4800. And within minutes, we can tell you how much we can potentially save.
How about that? I mean, it's just worth it. If you have an opportunity to save, you just heard listener Lori, $2,100, a phone call that's going to take, let's call it 5 minutes just for the hell of it, even though I think it's going to be less than that. 5 minutes literally could save you $2,100 or more. Why not make that phone call? 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. James, appreciate it, man.
All
Thanks
right,
so
have
much.
a great week.
It's the great James Carlton with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into this when Martin goes to onboarding, and Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
For over 135 years now, Stiefel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stiefel do? Well, pretty much everything. Money-related, wealth management, check. Banking through Stiefel Bank, yep. Own a business? They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. And that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the entire world. Their tagline says it all, really, where success meets success. And that's why they're partnering with TMA. Just makes sense. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Yeah, bro, it's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
Big weekend, Doug, in the So What'd Your Grandma Think category. What do we have here, Papers?
I want to start off with our guy, McKernan.
This is your guy.
Yeah.
This
You don't
guy
care for him much, do you?
gets Jackson going. I don't know if anything upsets you more, actually, than McKernan.
He's just so grumpy. It never ends. It's always a complaint. I can't imagine ever playing for him. Just seems awful. They lost in double OT to Indiana. And
that was at 98-97? Mark Cuban was there?
And it was everyone's fault but his. It seems like here's McKernan following the loss.
Yeah, when we lose, buddy, I'm not like a lot of the people in life. I see no bright spots.
The defense for the first 10 minutes was pretty solid.
Our defense was bad all night.
Points.
They missed shots. That doesn't mean it's good defense.
Guys had been playing better defensively before today.
What you were doing before today in life, Ben, doesn't matter.
Stop it.
You either, and today doesn't matter. We play Tuesday. You guys got any other questions?
I mean, did you get an explanation for that last call?
Did it look like I did? What would your explanation be? It's Indiana's ball. What are you asking?
Who it went off of?
Who the hell cares?
Oh,
who it went off of? Indiana or UCLA? They clearly said it went off us.
You know, the defense was pretty solid in the first.
I said everybody here on our video says it's our ball. But
that's that.
Was that guy going back to the well on the defense in the first 10 minutes? I heard him.
It was all over the place. He started off complaining up a storm in the press conference, and then when no one had a question, immediately he goes, "Guys, I'll just go to radio if you're not going to ask any questions." And so they started asking questions. Berated. Another question. Berated.
What an
Another question.
insufferable toolbox.
Berated.
Well, how about this, Jackson? You don't like McKernan? Funny. He's my favorite coach, and I'm hoping Mizzou hires him next. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
That's a troll. That's a troll bait.
You do not believe that Harrison's brother Master wants McKernan as Missouri's next coach?
Well, Harrison's brother Master cries every time that we talk college basketball. So the idea that he would have a favorite coach. That's the equivalent of me thinking Lindy Ruff is an attractive man.
But you did rank him most attractive NHL head coach.
Can't have and will again. As long as he keeps his job.
Scott Arneal was second.
McKernan is probably making $4 or $5 million coaching college basketball.
Living in L.A.
Yeah, he's living in Beverly Hills or Bel Air somewhere.
The most storied franchise in college basketball. Yeah.
Couldn't be more unhappy.
Yep. Always griping.
I almost wonder if it's an act. Like he saw Signetti get the attention.
But he's been doing this long before Signetti.
He was doing this at Cincinnati?
Oh, yeah. And his first couple of years at UCLA. Oh, always complaining, wearing 2 buttons on that damn sport coat.
You don't like that?
It's just terror. And then sitting down with it buttoned. It's ridiculous.
Sounds like a topic for Dressing with the Boys.
Dressing with the Boys, new podcast. I lived in Cincy when he was there. He's a good coach, but never won a big game. Being good at Cincy is like being the tallest little person, pun intended.
Yeah, little guy.
That's a Marsh's collage program.
Okay.
But you don't like him because he's short and bald.
And grumpy, like constantly
Doesn't
grumpy.
change anything.
Constantly grumpy, like just doesn't seem like a pleasant personality in the slightest.
I just feel like I'm getting shade here the whole time.
College basketball is a fun game, one of the most fun games in the world, and yet he treats it like it's actual war.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm always taking questions.
Doug's the only person here who won't.
I wasn't even going to ask Doug. Do you think if Mizzou had a coach like Cronin or Danny Hurley, you would sing the same tune? And I'm not coming at you. I'm genuinely curious.
Well, if it came with Hurley's success, I would be obviously given a lot more leeway. But Cronin hasn't done all that much, so no, I would be complaining about that. Yeah.
What's the furthest he's gone? He hasn't gone to a Final Four, right?
I mean, they were. He might have been the coach when they were an 11 seed in that 2021 year and made a little
when they
run.
were an 11 seed?
No, I don't.
When they had Jaime Jaquez and
you remember Jaime?
Jaime Jaquez.
Jaime Jaquez. Yeah,
I need
great
to put
player
that
for
in show
Miami
notes. Can you
Heat.
spell that?
Jaime Jaquez.
Yeah.
Just I don't know how to spell it off the top of my head.
Jackson, what other 5'5" bald men do you despise? See, that's what this is Jackson's beer pool. That's what I'm sensing. That this is like, I'm sick of 4-hour QFTAs.
Yeah, this is how I send the message.
And this is how you keep playing Mick Cronin.
Rickles is probably 5'5" and bald, and I love him. So
Well, he had shrunk by the time he
5'5".
passed away.
yeah. Well,
McKernan is only 5'5".
no, he's probably like
Coaching
5'6". He's probably like
basketball?
5'7".
That's
Did
exactly what he
did
is.
Play anywhere?
Josh Hurts is like 5'7", bald, and I love him. So it's good. It's a a la carte kind of thing here.
I don't know.
All right.
All I know is I'm feeling shade. I think things are going to change in the QFTA studios. That's all I know.
We'll find out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll find out. Over 4 hours coming up at some point this week. And then you got another one. What do we have here?
Jason Kidd.
Okay.
I want to, for whatever reason, I don't know what the deal
I
is
haven't
with
heard this one.
For like the audio from the actual microphone was not available, so it's someone's phone. So the audio I think sucks. Like the actual quality of it sucks. It might be hard to hear. And I think I got all the bleeps out. But here's Jason Kidd when asked about playing Cooper flag at the point.
Coach, you got a lot of national criticism for playing flag at point guard. Over the last 2 games, he's won the ball.
Criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that bullshit. That's not, I've done this. I've played this game. I played it at a very high level. I know what the I'm doing. But I don't give a what you guys write. Because you guys have never played the game. And so I build players. So I know what the I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes in what I've done.
Even after,
He'd been holding that back for a while.
Yeah.
He's been hanging on to that for the right moment.
No. Yeah, he did not care. In fairness, the idea that there'd be national criticism around playing Cooper flag at point guard
Yeah.
might be misleading.
I saw Flag scored 49 the other night.
Yeah.
Like the most ever
Against
for a
the Hornets.
teenager.
Yeah.
Do you count it if it's against the Hornets?
Yeah, sure. It's still.
You've been very critical of the Hornets. You
One
say
of
the
the-
Hornets and the Columbus Blue Jackets are the 2 most irrelevant franchises?
Washington Wizards are really giving a run
Pelicans?
for their money.
I thought you said Ducks.
Anaheim Ducks, yeah, I did, but then Doug corrected me when he went to an Anaheim Duck game that there's a lot of interest there in
Yeah, the
Orange
fans
County.
love it out there.
Nice clip that we couldn't hear. It's from MD 2020.
I heard most of it.
I tried. For whatever reason, like the Mavs didn't post and I get it, probably don't want that all over the place, but whenever you're getting secondary audio, like a phone capturing someone with a microphone's right there, it's quite frustrating.
Hornets are on a 6-game winning streak.
Yeah.
From the amateur proctologist.
Yep. Race to the bottom still. Let's go because of Con Knipple. You like that Con Knipple, Doug?
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, he's got like 6 brothers coming too, so get ready
really?
to hear the name Knipple a lot.
6 younger brothers?
5 or 6, yeah.
I heard the premise for Heated Rivalry Season 2 revolves around a radio producer in St. Louis who falls in love with an older hockey coach of the Buffalo Sabres. At first, the producer hates hockey, but he learns to love it the deeper he falls for the older hockey coach. That's from Cuckleberry Finn.
That's a joke, but that's not far off from being a halfway decent idea.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, it's got the bones.
Is it Lindsey Ruff? Was the apple of your eye?
Lindy.
Look at Jackson creating your name.
Get my crush's name right.
Great audio there, Jackson. That was tremendous. That's from Harrison's brother Master, who wants to see Mick Cronin as the next head coach.
Oh God, I'd be so upset.
Would you really?
Yeah, if
but
they
then
hire
go to
Mick
a Final
Cronin.
Four.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like begrudgingly be excited, but yes, I'd be upset if they hired McKernan. I felt the same way about Bruce Pearl. Like I did not want ever them to hire Bruce Pearl, ever. And even though he's obviously had a lot of success,
But he wasn't mean to reporters. He was just
a bad guy.
Kind of nasty to the refs.
I think he's a bad guy, so that's why.
For what reason?
A multitude of reasons.
Yeah, does that answer your question?
Such as?
The thing that
gonna keep following up.
Illinois recruiting stuff was bad, and then, ever since has been no good either.
Jackson, can Patrick Dempsey play the older hockey coach? Thanks. That's from the amateur proctologist.
Sure.
Who's going to play the role of the young sports radio producer in St. Louis?
For me, probably either like Jacob Elordi or Austin Butler, nice. Cool, tall, handsome guys.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think that fits me the best.
Okay.
Hornets just beat the Spurs, Jack. You couldn't even touch my knuckles.
Good one.
Do they send that as a group text?
Yeah, I noticed that.
With
That was a
who?
group text, a rare group text into the TMA text inbox.
I
Their comfort service. Thank
I
you.
prefer when people text the text inbox mistakenly thinking it's somebody else. Like, hey, can you make sure to pick up a pork loin for tonight? And you're like, and I would sometimes respond, yes, of course.
I wonder if some of these coaches that are so nasty to the press, if it ever gets to the point where people just stop covering the team.
I don't know if we'll ever get to that point.
Well,
there always going to be publications that want to.
Shrinking by the day. And
if you get,
well, yeah. And,
then we'll just...
and if you get to the point where the coach makes it so unbearably difficult to cover anything, at some point they're going to say, let's not do it.
Yeah. Well, I think there's always going to be publications who want it covered, so there'll always be people to fill those spots. Will they stay around for a long time? Who knows? But if we don't get that, we'll just have guys snacking on Twitter Space telling us the information. So.
Yeah, it could get to that.
Yeah.
Guys, I'd like to see Jamie Rivers play the coach. That's from Martin Sweatervest.
Ooh.
And then you play the role of the producer.
Yeah, I could do that.
Oh, and he can rough you around a little.
Yeah. God. That's my life come to.
We've seen the video.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. Quiet, boomer! That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. I don't know what that's in reference to, but it just came in from the Salty Bald Dad in Caseyville. And I got my bin tickled this weekend. Don't knock it till you try it. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, who apparently is not in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton. And she was not happy that it was implied. Or one of the others not happy. Hell, I don't know. Everybody's not happy, Doug. That's what I know. Yeah. We're going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month, Buck Swope versus Al in Dadeville. Jackson addressed what was called the elephant in the room. What was that burner account? RB.
Yeah. Bunch of numbers.
Yeah.
Every Twitter reply guy. Finishes every sentence with comma bud.
You spent the Friday on the phone with Kevin Miller, and he was fine with it, but he was receiving texts from either TMA listeners and or former employees saying that he needed to make a...
Yeah, apparently that was going on. I don't know. I just wanted to talk to the man.
And you did.
We spoke. He was gracious. He was really good. It was a good conversation. All is well. Much to some people's chagrin, maybe. I don't know.
RB67428-.
Amongst others, I have to imagine, but we took care of it.
All right, fair enough. Well, the winner's going to be announced here coming up. That's on the Polos Plus dossier here on the morning after. You miss anything, podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. Garage doors break during the winter when the temperatures are super cold. The springs break. All of a sudden, the door crashes to the ground. You go, what in the world was that? That's the garage door breaking. Well, guess what? Now you're just going to SCHAEFER door.com, and Jason Gosrow's team will come over and fix that thing real quickly. They do service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is garage door openers, strong, quiet, versatile. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer Door is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian Group on 101 ESPN. Man, this is a wonderful, wonderful series of promotions this week from FanDuel. And really, you just got to remember to do it and take advantage of it because it is wonderful on the FanDuel app. Here's what we got. Last call for football. The FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is on passing yards, over, under, and then you can also do alt passing yards. So, like, for example, if you think Sam Darnold to throw over 227.5 yards, which is what it's currently set at, it's too high, you can consider using an alternate line of 200-plus passing yards for the over. All you have to do is opt in each day on the app and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. So whether you're locking in early lines, riding your favorite props, or taking one last swing before the final whistle, FanDuel is giving everyone something extra to cheer for during football's final week. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, Doug, you see he's coming to town? You a fan, Jackson?
No, I didn't see that.
I like a lot of his tunes, yeah.
When's that show, bro? You know,
August 2nd.
August 2nd. There you go.
Busch Stadium.
How about that?
August 2nd, huh?
Yeah.
Busch Stadium, huh?
That's right.
Okay.
He's doing the whole stadium tour. Good for him.
Hope everybody won't be suspended because Appliance Discounters sponsors the suspension logule. And Doug, you're into discipline, aren't you?
I'm throwing around some jurisprudence. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for TMA listeners. Come in today, receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices at the Appliance Discounters. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now, you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 locations: Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. We will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month coming up on the other side of the break. None of us know, outside of, I guess, Jackie Papers, who won this thing, so we are about to find out. If you missed anything today, go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Doug, tell us about it.
Well, Schaefer Door is the company that you're going to need if something goes wrong with your garage door. It happens from time to time. Sometimes you can go years without anything happening. And then when something breaks down, you go, well, who do I call now? What will I do? What will we do? I'm always suggesting that you take a little Post-it note, write Schaefer Door on it, put their phone number, their website, and put it right there by that button that you press to get the garage door up. So then when a problem arises, you'll be able to handle it quickly. And Schaefer Door can get out there. Toot sweet, too. That's one of the things they're best at. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. You're saying, okay, what is the number? Here it comes, 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. The website's a little easier to remember. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer with one F, SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. The service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to come out and try to sell you a whole new door if you don't need it. They just want to make sure that your garage door is working well. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
The winner announced next on TMA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action this evening, taking on the Nashville Predators. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Here we are in the Stiefel studios.
Okay.
This is it. The announcement of the winner. And Bach Hogg is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And he nailed it. Whoever said Friday they would find a way to delay it until Monday was spot on. Great prediction.
Okay.
The thing that's gotten tough now is all of the things that we do to, rig things.
Mm-hmm.
People are starting to get onto it.
Right.
So, like, the money that St. Louis University is paying us to talk about the Billikens, that's out in the open now. And then that we rigged the email the competition to extend it to a sudden death playoff for the big payoff today has been exposed by Bach Hogg. So tip of the cap to him because it's now out in the open.
Yeah.
We're frauds.
Speaking of which, also, TMA Listener of the Month voting will take place this afternoon, Papal Conclave. That's presented by Form Energy. We do the work. So even more opportunity for people to poke holes in what we do.
Mm-hmm. It's been exposed, but Jackson now has the winners. All right, let's give today's winner first.
Today's winner and the tickets to the Mardi Gras tent, Dad's business partner.
Dad's business partner wins today.
Damn it, Lucas.
But who has won the $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, Doug, because we had a one-day playoff between Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville.
The results are in. We have a winner.
Who?
Alan Dadeville.
Alan Dadeville! Wow. Congratulations to Alan Dadeville.
What a win.
I didn't think it was going to go that way.
What a month.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't think it was going to go that way.
It was tight.
I didn't even think my vote would matter.
It was tight.
My vote, I'll be honest, was Buck Swope. I thought it was kind of, wow. It wasn't that Al's wasn't good. I just thought, wow. All right.
Well, they were both very good all month, which is what made it difficult.
Yes. And
Congratulations!
a great month of emails.
Congratulations to Alan Dadeville, who has won the $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Al in Dadeville on the win. What a great score. We're inviting him and Seth to come in for a big check presentation this week. Seth was texting us earlier in the program, so hopefully we can set that up, Papers.
Yep.
And congratulations, Al. The biggest prize in the history of this program has just been awarded. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Selvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.